interesting. I was about to say, I didn't want to spoil it for him.
Pinned on the button for a 12-dart leg. Warburton break.
What a finish there from Max de Jong. He was second best for a large period of that game. And we do get the big performance of Connor Scott finally. That is how to do it. Andreas Harrison, we are chatting away about how disappointing he's been.
1-2-7 again.
And he's here this week, as Paul hints, isn't he?
Good morning. Leonard Gates has a 4-point lead at the top of the Group A table, but a man who has, well, almost the perfect track record in getting firm is hot on his heels. Andreas Harrison is hoping to put the disappointments of yesterday behind him and have a real spurt towards the line here. On the south coast, it's not quite sunny today, but we've got our own ray of sunshine here in the former Premier League champion, the three-time Lakeside champ, Glenn Durrant. And look, Leonard Gates yesterday, 5 wins from 5, and the key thing for him was he wasn't always sparkling, but he found different ways to win matches.
Yeah, it was great to sort of chat with him and get to know Leonard Gates, and because he's hard to read, he comes across as this personality on the stage, but backstage he's very introvert. But you know, just speaking to some of the players, he's really opened up in the players area. And 5 out of 5, and I still think the best is to come from Leonard Gates. Well,
one of those victories was against Andreas Harrison. Their head-to-head for the week is 1 apiece. And when you look at the battle they got at the top, that victory for Leonard yesterday was so important.
I mean, let's go back to Andreas Harrison. I mean, day 1 he was absolutely sensational. But by the time Leonard Gates hit that double there, Andreas Harrison was going through a real difficult period, which left us scratching our head really, because Andreas is so consistent, but his scoring power just deserted him mid-yesterday.
Is there a rhyme or reason in your view as to why Harrison struggled?
Yeah, I'm here for punditry, I'm here to sort of give advice, but this time that baffled me. Some players have that electrifying moments where there's flashes of brilliance and they can go off for a while, maybe a lack of concentration. Andreas Harrison's not like that. He's got a skill set which is different, and consistency is key to his success. It came from nowhere.
But then in the middle of it, averaged in excess of 101. I suppose that was the bit that kind of confused us more than anything else, wasn't it?
Yeah, that 101 average actually came from nowhere. Of course, dwarfed by that 117 average. And this is what he can do. We've seen a couple of 170s this week. No decision to go there, but that was really the only positive sign from yesterday from Andreas Harrison. And from day 1, like I said, a real head scratcher.
Well, he's still in the mix following the second day's worth of play. Let's have a look at the table then to clarify what we've seen over the past couple of days or so. So Gates 4 points in front from Harrison, from Connor Scott, who first off would have been disappointed in being third in the group, but even more so when you consider the chances that he's squandered at times in this group.
Yeah, I mean, before this, us chatting right now, we've been number crunching, and I think we were both taken aback by the doubles percentages of Connor Scott. He's been disappointing. Mike Warburton's been disappointing. I think he knows the reasons why. He's missed an awful lot of doubles, put himself in a terrific position. And the big 4 of this group, 2 of them will be relatively happy. Andreas Harrison will have been happy with day 1. But yeah, it's looking good for Leonard Gates right now.
Let's have a look at the outright, see what the bookmakers think. So they have Leonard Gates on as the 1-4 favourite, Andreas Harrison 11-4. Now Connor Scott's 250-1, which means if you're new to betting, if you put £1 on Connor Scott, you'll lose £1. As far as Leonard Gates is concerned, 1-4, is he justifiably a heavy favourite when you consider them two meet in the first game of the session?
Well, of course he's a justifiable favourite because he's 4 points clear, but interesting, as you've just mentioned there, the first game of the day for both is game 3, Andreas Harrison versus Leonard Gates. He won't be 1-4 if Harrison can get over the line in that game. Leonard Gates has got a tricky second game as well. I expect him to win comfortably games 3 and 5, but it could be a nervy start. And for the neutral, a win for Harrison game 3, that will really make this group interesting. On the other side, a win for Gates in game 3. It's almost done and dusted. And
just quickly, we're going to watch Mike Warburton in our first game of the session. He's played well, but he's been missing a lot of darts at double.
Yeah, I'm sharing accommodation with him, and I thought he was the type of character who would just brush it aside, but he's been extremely frustrated and disappointed because he's used to having good days here at the MODUS Super Series, but he also knows he's got Thursday and Friday to plan a new attack. He seems to be scoring nicely, just can't see out games, and he slept 14 hours. So there's some good info for you. Like I said, he's been quiet as a mouse sort of in the room downstairs there. So he's really well rested and plan his attack for either Group B or Group C.
Shall we stop talking and let them get on with it?
Let's do it.
Right, let's do it. Right, Mike Warburton involved in our first game of the session. Now, he is a former weekly winner here at the Super Series, is Warby, and he's a player that probably we all expect to see kick on at some point. It just hasn't quite happened for the Welshman yet. And that's kind of been the story of his week here as well. And early on this morning, I caught up and get his assessment of the last couple of days.
Mike, here we are, final day of Group A, and I think it's fair to say you've got a little bit of work to do today.
Yeah, just a bit. It hasn't gone too well for me. Yesterday especially, I was frustrated. I felt like I was on top of at least 3 of those games, maybe 4. Just couldn't get over the line. And especially the one against Leonard, that hurt. Should have took him out, and then he just threw an amazing leg in the decider, which...
We saw you walk off the stage, that 10-bar leg, as if to say, what have I got to do to win a game? Is that how it felt?
That's exactly how it felt, mate. But it was my fault. I should have done him in the leg before. I shouldn't have had the chance to do the 10-dart leg, but... Yeah, it was just a frustrating day all round yesterday. I felt like I say, even in the game against Andreas, I lost 4-1, but I felt like I was controlling that game and just got away from me.
We've seen flashes from you. We've seen some great finishes and moments of brilliance. What have you got to do to put that right and collectively bring it all together?
I think I just need to relax and play my game. I've got nothing to lose today, so I should imagine I should play well today, I reckon. When I'm relaxed, I play well. And I think I was forcing it a little bit yesterday because I was trying to get the win. I think the worst I played was a game I won, if I'm honest. So just a weird day yesterday.
Coming into this Group A campaign, have you maybe wanted it a little bit too much then?
Maybe. I don't know. Normally I'm pretty chilled out on the Monday to Wednesday because you can't win it on a Monday to Wednesday. And every time I've won the Monday to Wednesday group, I've done rubbish on a Saturday night. Doesn't do me well having 2 days off, so hopefully I can creep into the evening session and then we'll go from there.
Mike, wish you all the very best head of play today, mate. Good luck.
Thanks, mate. Good.
And Mike Warburton will take on the Burger Boy Michael Burgoyne in the opening game of the session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Well, in terms of the numbers and in terms of the scoring power, Mike Warburton's been up there with pretty much anybody and everybody this week, but his finishing really has deserted him. His stats for yesterday make for the sort of reading that he'd want to cover his ears up with. 13 hits from 61 attempts, that equates to 21.31%, and so the 39-year-old, the former World Masters semi-finalist, has got a job on his hands to try and secure a position in Group B tomorrow and Friday night. He starts 4 points adrift of Connor Scott, whilst Michael Burgoyne, even though he can mathematically make it through to Group B, probably knows that his fate is going to lay in the Thursday and Friday afternoon group here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. So game 1 of 15 to kickstart our day is Warburton up against Burgoyne, and I'm watching all the action in the company of the former Premier League champ, Glenn Dowen. Hi, Glenn.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry, and wasn't it great to listen to Mike Warburton there? He speaks so very well
first
in the interview.
It's Mike to throw first.
So look at Owen Binks,
Game
who'll be
on.
refereeing the proceedings to the conclusion of this Group A. But he expects to play well today, does Mike? He said he feels relaxed. And one thing I can tell you, he should be very, very well
Sexy.
rested because I think he's had about 12 to 14 hours kip.
Sleep? What's that, Glenn?
59.
Burgoyne very much improved from day 1 to day 2. His numbers, well, it keeps apart with the rest of the course. On day 1, he averaged 78.82 and was 4 from 20 on the doubles. That
83.
equates to a figure of 20%. Well, yesterday, he really did bring both of those metrics up. 83.84 was his daily average. He won 10 more legs on day 2 than day 1. He won 14 legs. And those 14 hits at a double came from 48%, which gives him a doubles ratio of 29.17%.
Yep, the only player out the 6, Michael Burgoyne, who had a
59.
better average, daily average and better doubles, and that's holding me in good stead for today. I think what it also means as well, that belief will come back in his Group C campaign starting tomorrow afternoon.
100.
For him, it's all about building up form ahead of a Group C campaign tomorrow and Friday afternoon, and what a tough Group C it's going to be as well when you think about the players that are going to come in and the potential for
140.
someone like Mike Warburton to join the fray.
Yeah, you can't help but going for the 180. I totally understand. I've done it 1,000 times myself, Mike, and he might look a little bemused there. He's at 159, but I think inside he just get that 180 under the way. But of course, the 19s was the shot there. Lovely setup play from Burgoyne, and this game started very, very nicely again from the man from Bedfordshire.
Michael, you require 62.
He's impressing every time we're going along. Can he see out this? That leaves 17. He has been susceptible to missing a big number on the layup, so he'll take his time and hitting the big one. And double aid for a nice
46.
opening first leg.
Mike, you require 60.
It might be the only chance he gets, because Warburton's going to get a couple at tops. Now double 10. First blood will be.
First leg.
Well, it's Achilles
Mike
heel, as
Warburton.
Henry alluded to, was his doubles percentages there. And he'll have known that in that process of that 60 finish there.
Second leg, it's Michael
And that
to
double
throw
10 was
first.
nice,
Game
clean
on.
and clinical. He has been suffering a little bit with a bit of sciatica as well. He's really enjoys his walk to the venue on a morning because I guess just laying in your bed for
125.
14 hours is not going to help that. But yeah, he looks refreshed. But a great guy. I've really enjoyed his company, and yeah, he's just loves being here.
60.
I enjoyed your company that much, you decided to fall asleep for 14 hours last night.
Ah, good point. I never thought of that.
100.
Luckily, I'm in a comms box with Chris Murphy tomorrow. I'm getting a lot of messages saying, why is Henry giving you a hard time all the time? Former Premier League champion, 3 times
100.
champion of the world. Yet Henry just sits there and just rips you apart. I don't know why. I don't know what I've done to him, but maybe Henry can answer that.
140.
All part of the fun, does it?
97.
This could all be
Michael,
in
you
a
require
legs work for
136.
Burgoyne. 136, and he has got 6 from here to take out the second leg. This has been a really impressive start from him. Arcade's 1-0 down, but averaging 106.29. The scoring phase very much there. He had that double in the last leg to get over the line, and you sense he's going to get a little bit of time in this one to square up.
100. Michael, you require 94.
94 for Burgoyne. May think about double here, but no, decided to go traditional.
54.
And will set himself up for
Mike, you
top to
require
punish return if there's a
142.
return.
Yeah, I think he'll be back. If that will be the expectation. It's going to take something special. The highest finisher Warburton this week has been that spectacular 161.
60.
So sensible play there from
Michael,
Burgoyne.
you require 40.
And to get back on a level game.
Game shot on the second leg.
He continues to impress
Michael
Henry.
Burgoyne.
He's growing with every day, isn't he, the Burger Boy?
Third leg, it's
Monday,
Mike to throw first.
maybe just settled into
Game on.
proceedings a little bit, struggled at 1 or 2 in the matches, but there was signs, and then yesterday really did improve. Picked up a couple of wins as a result of that, and in
60.
the other games was very, very competitive. He's the type of player that, as Group C comes along, could make himself a more dangerous quantity.
140.
Yes, on day 1 he played like the Burger Boy. But day 2 he played like Beef Burgoyne.
96.
You did a funny.
Bourguignon. What is it? Beef Bourguignon. Bourguignon. Could have been a good joke there, Henry.
100.
And if my grandmother had wheels, she would have been a bike.
That's one of the best lines, isn't it?
134.
An enjoyable start from both here. You can just sense these are 2 players who are really relaxed. They know they're not going to top the group. But there's still that carrot there of being in the Group B. And I
100.
asked Mike this morning, I said, is it important to be in Group B? And he said, definitely. I mean, the 3 from 5 scenario 1, but also playing on a night as well, he feels is a big thing.
99. Michael, you require 161.
Currently the bottom 2 players that we've got. 5th place for... And that would have been a 161 to match
80.
what Warburton did early in the week.
112.
Yeah, I should say that we do predetermine the order of play before dart is thrown, but it has worked out that the bottom two play first, as Warburton looks for double 16 here for
Game
112,
shot
and that's the first ton topper of the day. It was a day yesterday littered with them, and Warburton has lit that particular spark right from the get-go.
Game on.
Yes, he wasn't very good on the doubles yesterday at Warburton, but right now he's 2 from 3. Did have a 1-2-2 and a 1-2-1 yesterday to go with that 1-6-1 from day one.
180.
But again, a wonderful response from Burgoyne.
Well, the way the fixtures pan out, these are the bottom two in the group. That'll be followed by
60.
the middle two in the group, followed by the top two in the group. There's a real universal way of this group being dictated to in the early proceedings.
190.
Yeah, I felt that the games fell nicely for Leonard Gates the first 2 days, but I don't think he could have picked a worse start today. Having Andreas game 1, Warburton game 2, you know, we could be looking at a level table after 2 games, but if buts and maybes.
41.
I've got to say, it's felt like such a one-sided game in terms of the player who's won the leg is seemingly
60.
breezed towards it,
Michael
maybe with the
Requoy,
exception of the first.
161.
Again, Burgoyne with the luxury of a couple of visits to
54.
take the 1-6-1 out. He could get a couple more visits depending on what Warburton does here.
Well, only a maximum is really going to help Mike here. I've said a few times this week, I look at that throw and you think, how on earth can he not hit the desired target? Treble 17. So look at the 18's bed.
47.
And I always say to people in that situation, the 18's a must, the treble is the bonus. Leave yourself a 2-darter. Chance for Burgoyne to go 2-2.
And Warburton will be bitterly disappointed with his leg. He's not been able to keep close order at all. And this to square the match up at 2 apiece. It's going to be a couple of darts at tots of Burgoyne.
Darryl Gurney introduced the flatty into the game. That 60 finish, and that was not ideal for Burgoyne. That first start was just covering the top's bed. Options here. 80 left.
60.
I'm actually not sure which one he went for there.
35.
He was an in-betweener. Double 16.
2-2.
Burgoyne levels up. A little bit frustrated that he had to labour towards the line in the end, having dominated large swathes of that leg.
Yeah, his last 9 darts scores a 54, 47, 25. He's taken his average down over 100 to the 90 mark. But more importantly, it's now a best-of-3 game.
60.
And also in my mind, if I was these two, it's potentially improbable this is going to be a Group C game. And that head-to-head, you start getting used to playing players, etc. So it does have a real meaning.
The psychological impact of these head-to-heads cannot be
96.
underestimated one bit. And this is where it's such an interesting dynamic, because the players coming into Group C tomorrow won't have that to contend with or deal with, but the players that
58.
have played the 3 days, they will have that psyche in the mind. In some ways, that can always be an advantage to the players coming into Group C.
Yeah, I mean, the Group C potentially could have Connor Scott and Mike Warburton in it.
180.
However, with darts like that, Warburton will be thinking the only way is up.
So you're telling me that Group C could contain Connor Scott, Mike Warburton, Michael Burgoyne, Ashley Coleman, Jared Cole, and Greg Ritchie. Ouch.
Yeah, the best Group C I've been involved in. They can't miss the treble 20 bed at the moment. Fantastic setup play. That 180 from Burgoyne leaves himself a finish. It may take a bit of magic. Not this time. I think he fancied that, you know. Bullseye's a decent shout with the last start there, just to take the 64 points off. But it's in the hands of Warburton. He likes to go big with the first. and use that dart as his target area. He's hit double 10 in the first leg.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
And replicates it
Mike
again.
Warburton.
Warburton leads 3-2 in this very, very enjoyable opener.
Well, he just found a big leg when he
Super
needed
gets
to,
Michael
leaving
to throw
tops after
first.
12,
Game on.
evading the Burgoyne counter-attack. But one thing we've learned from Michael Burgoyne this week is he is a real grafter.
100.
He's one of those players you are going to have to cross the finishing line against. He's not going to give you anything easy. But when this man begins to flow, then the task of beating him becomes very, very
100.
difficult indeed. And you get the sense that he is the type of player, Mike, that when he's got a little bit of a bee in his bonnet and a little bit of a point to prove, that's actually when the best of him tends to come out.
100.
Yeah, I was chatting with him this morning. These best of sevens, he said it's very important to have a big third leg.
$140. $99.
Warburton will sense that he's got the opportunity to steal the darts here, and if so, he could be one step closer towards the match.
43.
Commentator's curse there from Henry Deacon.
$60.
Now is the chance. When you see 2 on it, you're thinking 140. Get me down to a 2-darter.
58. Michael, you require 142.
This to go the distance.
$56. Michael,
Well,
you
this would be a
require
spectacular way to
160.
take out the opening match of the day. 160 for Warburton to seal the job. Perfectly laid. But the second one goes a-begging. And look at the grip between the teeth. He really fancied the job there.
140.
He fancied
Michael,
the job
you require
altogether.
86.
I think we both fancied that as well. The comms box and Mike Warburton. Fabulous first star from Michael.
Game show on the 6th
Incredible finish to go the distance.
Michael Burgoyne.
Like I say, a very, very enjoyable match. Both averaging 90.
7-3-3. It's Mike to throw first.
Exactly the same
Game on.
checkout ratio. Nothing to separate these two. However, Warburton with a throw remains a favourite for this match.
60.
Burgoyne wins this leg. He goes level on points with Warburton and pretty much, you'd say, ends his hopes of picking up a berth into tomorrow night's session. You'd say Scott would have a 4-point lead at the top of
43.
in the third position, the top of the Group B chasing pack. He's snatching against Max de Jong, and things could get very interesting if Warburton could win
100.
this leg and de Jong could win that match, because you'd have 3 players separated by just a small margin of 2 points, and still a lot of jousting between one another to come as well.
41.
Yeah, I've got to agree, Henry. I think for the neutral, a win for Warburton, de Jong and Harrison makes this group very, very interesting as we go into the second phase.
100.
And for Burgoyne, scores of 43 and 41 in this last leg decider. He has to find that treble 20 bed right now.
77.
Warburton now with the ascendancy in this deciding leg. Could do have a treble here, mind.
60.
Comes up dry, but only a max is going to hurt Warburton from this particular juncture.
Yeah, that was a nervy dart. You can just see the way he's pulling his dart when he was playing really
44.
well. That arm was following through, and that's what tension and anxiety in your body can do to you. That fear that's something wrong. Never an issue with Warburton. He has got it's so silky, it's so elegant, that throw. Like I said, I know I harp on about it, but
97.
that's how I see as a really good throw, Henry.
Well, the bread and butter for Warburton is to try and pick up as many wins as possible, and he may get his first slice of success here.
135. Might you require
You've
84.
used those Warburton jokes all day, haven't you? All group A. Is he going to go for the bullseye? Absolutely, he went that way, but it's double 11. This for the match. great opening match, you have to say. He had double trouble yesterday, did Mike Warburton, but he said he felt relaxed. He felt he was going to play his best darts today against a much, much improved Michael Burgoyne, and really enjoying his performances at the moment. It is big smiles all around. It does make that third place more and more interesting now, averaging round about the 90 mark throughout that game. Very, very nice from Mike Warburton. 112 finish being a real highlight. He starts with a win. He was disappointing so far for Connor Scott. He's up next and he plays Max de Jong.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. For the break, Mike Warburton got the better of Michael Burgoyne by 4 legs to 3, averaging 88.5, 4 from 7 when it came to the doubles, including a ton plus check out of 112 in the mix. Right, next up for us, we're going to watch Max de Jong and Connor Scott go toe-to-toe. So from the bottom 2 to the middle 2, and then the top 2 will follow this. For Connor Scott, it's been a week where he's probably found his head scratched on more than one occasion. His scoring power has been there in bucket loads, but his finishing really has deserted him. Over the course of the 2 days he's played, finishing stats of 29% on day 1 was preceded by finishing of under 25% on day 2. The sniper is going to have to find some sharper shooting on day 3. As far as Max de Jong is concerned, well, he's carved out everything he possibly could on his Super Series debut. The 32-year-old from Leiden in the Netherlands.
First leg, it's
his average way below the rest of the field, but he's been picking up legs, and that's mainly due to his finishing prowess, 36.5%. And so if this game is going to go to the type of the last couple of days, 46. Connor Scott's going to outscore Max, but Max is going to hit the doubles.
Yeah, it's been a pretty disappointing display from Connor Scott. And I think he'll be his own worst critic as well. I've called him a student of the game. Incredibly hard working. Like you said, he's mentioned what he's doing away from the dart. He plays an awful lot of online dart. He's going onto social media and doing masterclasses on there. So the future is very, very bright. But he doesn't seem to be doing it on the MODUS Super Series stage right now. And it's a tough one to call. He's one of the players I'd love to interview to to get his take on that.
125.
And you must have been in that scenario where he's probably thinking in the back room, everything's okay, everything feels fine, but then you go on the stage and you can't even put your finger on the reason as to things happen.
Well, it was something you spotted, to be fair, and you spotted it during his practice start yesterday. He had a torrid time on his beloved double top. And I said to you, I believe in the practice room he's smashing it left, right and centre. And his 15 practice darts were all aimed at double top because it was on his mind, I believe. Why am I hitting it so much in practice? Because if you weren't with us the past 2 days, Connor Scott is an incredible practicer when he's here at the MODUS. When he's not on that stage now, he's just to the left of your picture there. Behind there's the practice room, and he's non-stop. He's one of those players who just practices religiously. I remember I used to
60.
when the year I played in the Premier League as I was fascinated. Michael Smith's a player never once off the board. He's 4 hours whereas Peter Wright is 20
60.
minutes on, 20 minutes off.
Match
So
require
the difference even between the
146.
elite players. And you know, I mean, you asked me like, what did you see in Connor Scott? And to be fair, Henry, something else you picked up was how quick he was playing. Champagne shot. That's the way to do it, Connor Scott. We have been waiting 2 and a bit days for that, but that is the kind of dart you can produce. A quarter-finalist at the Players' Championship at Hildesheim last week. What a start to the day, HD.
Pop, pop, pop. With a little bit of snap and a crackle in the middle of it.
$59.
What a difference a day makes. And like you say, you just sometimes want that spark. The 1-3-2 goes in. Fully expected a maximum there.
Well, in fairness, we do know that the bullseye is his favourite double. He'd be the type of player that on an 82 finish would go double 16 before then going for the bull.
Max De Jong on
85.
debut. And like I said, from the very first game, he looked very tentative, very tight in the shoulders, very nervous. But got away with a real... He got away with one against Andreas Harrison in his opening game and just seemed to relax. And my assessment of him after 2 days is if he's going to improve, if he's going to reach the upper echelons of the game, this part of the game he has to improve in. His scoring power has been below par compared to the other 5. However, leave him a finish and he's been the best under them circumstances. And once again, no surprise yesterday. 36.59%, 1 in 3 darts he's hitting a double. Very acceptable.
You say Connor Scott there, as you can see on your screen, is an astute student of the game and is an astute practicer. However, would there be an argument that after yesterday your advice would be of the total opposite
90.
in the fact that you just maybe sometimes take a step away?
I've questioned, even at a Players' Championship, I've questioned our co-commentator, Matthew Edgar. Very, very similar to Connor Scott. He would play a Players' Championship, he'd win a game, or albeit not very often in the case of Matt Edgar, he'd win a game, and then he'd be straight back on the practice board. And I think the importance of rest and recuperation mid-tournament is crucial. But look at him. He looks super fit. I mean, there's nothing on him. Whereas for someone like a lot of the bigger dart players, it's important to get that side of it correct.
Match record 124.
Well, we've talked about De Jong's finishing. He needs a special one here because that's set-up play from Scott. And it's not to be.
Scott's having moments, isn't he, where there's times where he's just coasting along and then he finds something tangible. That 177 has given himself a couple of darts at tops. Let's see how he is on this target today.
14.
Well, that's his first 2 misses at tops for the day. De Jong back for 77 to square this game up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, you'd be thinking of a final dart or a double. Make sure you hit the big 18. He's been picking up scraps as Max De Jong. Not to be this time. A chance for Scott to lead 2-0.
Break opportunity. On double 10. Seized upon by Scott to lead by 2 legs to 0. It has a bit vintage so far from the sniper, But I feel like today is going to be one of those days where it's a little bit of a double-edged sword. Try and get yourself in the B all you can, but at the same time, you sense that he's the type of player that the Wednesday's going to need to be seen as a day that he draws upon some confidence going into whatever group he's placed in on Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, I'm not sensing a lot of tension between the first 4 players. I think they pretty much know what their fate is. Warburton probably puts himself in a decent position for that third place and was looking for a De Jong victory here. But don't miss the next one. Top against second. I mean, Group A could be pretty much done and dusted if Leonard Gates wins that game. However, if Andreas Harrison finds the form for a Monday, we see we could still have a very exciting conclusion. We've had some fantastic interaction with the MODUS Super Series fans who are regular on the chat room. And don't forget, we're on social media as well.
60.
Give us a follow at MSF Darts. And like I said, we're here for a few hours now. I'm happy to answer absolutely any question posted to me, whether it's about your game, what you're seeing at the MODUS Super Series, or the world of darts. If you want my opinion, my
56.
questions, my answers, get involved and give us a follow.
Did you mention chat room fam?
I was wondering why you haven't been looking so far.
78.
Ask away.
Match require 170.
Come on, get a trend in. Ask Duzzer. Come on. Well, we've seen this twice this week, this 170, and one of them was from this man. Been a disappointing start to the day for Max.
80.
Just the one dart, a double in this game. Still averaging over 80. And Connor Scott, I was surprised to see his average when I looked up there, Henry.
60.
It's been a game of moments for Connor as opposed to much has been put together. There should be much to his frustration. And this has been where De Jong has really come out strong. In these types of moments, these kind of 2-dart areas around the 90s on your 76s. Leaves himself on the double. If Scott cannot take out another big finish, the 164, is he going to follow the 132 in the ton plus column?
98.
However, set up nicely. Just the one dart to double so far for Max De Jong. 3 dart in hand at double 18. Don't go inside of the first. Just smash it in the middle. Max De Jong is up and running on day 3.
And importantly as well, he's returned the game to throw, back to 2-1. And interestingly, in the background, Connor Scott just tried to limber up. Going through some stretches and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, just chatting about Matthew Edgar as well.
25.
I was watching it. What's a vlog? Begins with a V. I've heard a blog.
It's a video log.
Well, I watched his vlog of the Faroe Islands experience.
93.
And, yeah, wow. Great watch. 2.5 days to get there. A round-robin competition where you've got 3 matches and everyone is through anyway to the next phase. Bizarre.
60.
I suppose it's the only way he wouldn't be able to be knocked out in the first round.
Well, that's not very nice, Henry. What is it about you bullying these co-commentators? I'd like to see you
42.
get up there and do it with your massive hands. I suppose a dart in your hand would look like a javelin, wouldn't it?
We've had a question from Shelley Burgoyne. Glenn, can you give a shout out to Ronnie for his 15th birthday? He is watching his dad Michael play today.
96.
Happy birthday, Ronnie.
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 I can't say
Ronnie.
my R's. I can't say my R's.
Happy 15th birthday, Ronnie.
96.
Thank goodness Cameron Crabtree in here this week.
Yeah, bring on Robert Rickwood. That's all I say.
40.
Well, De Jong here for 2-0 down.
120.
Clawed the last one back. He's been the better player in this. And this is what he does. He just hangs around matches. Kind of waits to see if there's opportunities that can arise. And then when they do,
100.
tries to take him. And he nearly took out the Shanghai there.
He looked oh so comfortable for Connor Scott. And like I said, I'm a huge
60.
fan of Connor.
Match
And,
required
I was
20.
waiting for him to spark. I thought the 1-3-2 would be that, but it's just not been his week. It's not been his Group A campaign.
Game's on the
Max de
full
Jong is
Max
now
de
level
Jong.
at 2-2, and fair play to him. He really enjoys these scraps, Henry. And usually when he gets to 2-2, 3-3,
There gets Connor to throw
Max de Jong
first.
usually wins those
Game on.
games. So worrying times for Connor Scott, but he does have the dart still.
Yeah, 2-2 in this. Good morning to Clayton from Polson, Montana in the USA,
134.
supporting Leonard Gates. And good morning to the Irishman, who's saying that the commentary's got to go on to mute today. But that's all right, because even if you have it on mute, mate, it counts as towards one of our views, so don't care.
100.
Do have one for you. It's about practice routines
140.
and what you do in terms of like doubles routines in terms of practice.
Yeah, I've got lots and lots of routines, but the nice simple one is 21 darts. One dart at double 1, one dart at double 18, one dart at double 4. Take your darts out 13, 6 and 10 all the way around to your
55.
20th dart at tops and the final dart at the bullseye. 2 or 3 minutes every day, 2 or 3 times a day. And my thought process in that is if I can hit a double with one dart, I'm going to hit a dart when I've got 2 or 3 in my hand. So keep your games nice and simple, nice and fresh. And like I said, doubles, learn to love what you hate to do. Make sure you're practicing your doubles regular. And if you ever have a practice
44.
session where you think I've thrown 80% of the darts at treble 20, you've just wasted an hour of your life.
Top tips from a top man, and these are top darts from
150.
Scott. And this is exactly what I've been talking about, is in this leg, okay, he's doing a 134, 140, then he had the 45 and the 150. He's put it on in this leg, but there's been again a moment. But he's on for 13
95.
darter here.
Only
And
required
what Connor will be
32.
hoping is this is a moment that turns the screw. Double 8.
I think he'd be happy he's
Game's
away from
on
that
the
double
fifth
tops
leg.
bed.
Connor
And he's
Scott.
saying there's the double. And our belief, Connor, in the comms box is that just maybe give
So
that
there gets
double
Max
top
to
a
throw
wide berth.
first.
But
Game on.
we just, as a dart player, just instinctively, if you're on a finish, you're automatically going to go for your beloved double top. So I just think the change of double in there was the hell for Scott.
95.
So Scott 3-2 up. I wonder what.
57.
I haven't spoken to Connor today, but I wonder what the plan will be for him if he gets into Group B, because home isn't too far away. Surrey Way's about an hour from Portsmouth. I wonder whether if he was to play in the 10 o'clock session tomorrow night, say we finish at,
58.
say about 2:30 this afternoon, whether he thinks about maybe just spending a night in his own bed, spending maybe a day at home, and then maybe coming down early evening tomorrow.
120.
Yeah, I know you were chatting there. Sorry about that, Henry, but did you see the reaction and the nod of appreciation with the treble 20, the nod of appreciation with the treble 20, and then that typical another bounce out? He's one of those players, Henry, that has an incredible amount of bounce outs. But in answer to your question, get yourself home. If you're an
93.
hour away, absolutely get away from the arena, get away from the whole thing. Don't pick your darts up till 9 o'clock tomorrow night.
There's just something about
100.
sleeping in your own bed, isn't there, that makes you feel so much better.
Don't you look at me, David Brent, like that.
Well, Gary Anderson used to have a terrific record at Minehead, and that was partly due down to the fact that he could nip back home between
140.
sessions and games.
If I could get home, I would. I always believe that's why I had a better UK record. I was never as successful in Europe as well, because if I could get
51.
home, I would.
Max record.
Well, this is to send us to a last leg decider. It would mean that every leg physically possible to have been played in the first couple of games would have done so. Treble 18 would have left the subsequent double.
Yeah, I never really understood the treble 20 start on a 115. I just think if you're playing the percentages,
59.
a single 19 would leave the 96 finish better than 95. But hey ho, a couple of treble 19s needed there for Connor Scott. Change of plan and direction.
33.
This
Match
must
required
go.
56.
But again, Scott just finding something tangible. Tops for De Jong. His finishing has been on point so far this week. But he's going to have to find the double 10 here. And by failing to do so,
36.
it means Scott comes
Connor,
back
you
for the
require
match.
40.
And look what double he leaves. It's been his nemesis, his Achilles heel. Once again, going low. Looks a little bit fidgety on the double 10. Moving all over the place.
20.
Not once did I feel comfortable with that going in, Henry.
20.
Well, that last start looked like it caught the barrel of the first attempt at double 10 as De Jong goes back for that particular target.
He has been good on this double 5. You've got to be aggressive. Use that second dart. And we're going the distance again. On Monday, we had a plethora of 4-0s. It was an incredible day where all the games were so one-sided.
Seventh and final leg, it's Connor to throw
But
first.
on Wednesday
Game
today,
on.
2 games gone. 2 were going the distance.
Any more 4-3s, Connor Scott may not be able to drive home tonight.
140.
And a nice riposte there from Connor Scott because Max de Jong's on a bit of a high right now. Like I said, it's incredible the amount of games he's scraped his way through. That real grinder mentality is Max de Jong. I put it down to he's the most methodical player out the 6. And I think that doesn't always suit the super quick plays of the Connor Scotts. But these are the type of situations he usually relishes. And however, Connor Scott has found something in this decider.
140.
Back-to-back 140s. He's showing his class when it matters the most. This has been a victory he's had to work hard for if it is to be the case that Scott picks the 2 points up.
140.
But De Jong just hangs in there, just hangs in and around the periphery.
He just loves a scrap, doesn't he? However, this is super stuff from Connor Scott.
140.
And I love that reaction there because part of my brain's thinking, is he sort of giving up a little bit here? Is he just so frustrated with himself? And what I liked about that was the little fist bump. And he's on for a potential 11 darter. But this man loves a scrap.
He loves a max, but is it going to be in vain? Is it a dead cat call, or is it the scoreboard pressure that just succumbs to Scott? It's going to be a dart to the ball for the match. Put him on to 12 points. He'll put him 4 clear.
56.
But it doesn't go.
But loving the demeanour right now of Connor Scott.
21.
It looks like a real meaning to him. But Max de Jong was second best. But however, scores a 140 and 180. A typical scrapper. He loves a fight. Look at the reaction there from Connor Scott because this is what this man's done. And when you scrape a big number, it usually means one thing. He takes his time. Is it too much time? Never taking his eyes off that bullseye.
90.
Well, Scott has his towel in his hands, but he was never going to throw it in. But now he comes back for a match-winning chance. He'll put himself into pole position as far as third place is concerned. And he's got 2 in his hand. A double 8 to seal the job. Well, it's been a grueler, but Scott sneezes it right to the very line. He gets the better of Max de Jong by 4 legs to 3. As an embrace by the pair, Scott gets over the line, just about crawls over it. And it puts him on to 12 points, 4 points clear of de Jong. Scott's timing in key moments was the key difference in that match. 132, the champagne shot was pinned, and then the big moment swang his way. De Jong battling away as he so typically does, but it is Scott that picks the 2 points up. Coming up next, big game between Andreas Harrison and Leonard Gates. A win for Gates, well, you can begin to see Saturday night in the rearview mirror. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Connor Scott got the better of Max de Jong by 4 legs to 3. And now the top two go toe-to-toe as Andreas Harrison and Leonard Gates meet up in a big game at the top of the group. Gates has a 4-point lead going into the final day's worth of action from Andreas Harrison, who had a very rare day to forget here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. His numbers below what we've come to expect of the Swede. As for Leonard Gates, well, he just continues to impress. We were wondering what kind of form he was going to go into this week following his disappointments in Blackpool at the Seniors Champion of Champions. But for Andreas Harrison, we are mightily surprised about what we've seen from him. The 48-year-old from Malaysia, 2-time weekly champion is Dirty Harrison, up against Gates, the winner of 3 senior TV titles, including the Masters, including the match play, which he still currently has in his collection. Harrison has a couple of these in his collection, and the key to it has been winning Group A Monday to Wednesday. But if he's going to do it, you sense he has to win this particular match.
Yeah, we had a chance to speak with Leonard Gates after his successful day yesterday, 5 wins out of 5. And maybe I just assessed him wrong. I think he understands the process of the importance of coming out quickly. What was very noticeable, Henry, how early he was into the venue today. Leonard Gates, very reminiscent of someone like Krzysztof Ratajski, where they leave it very, very late. One of those players where it doesn't matter about practice because it's all about rhythm and routine, and you can find that fairly quickly, I guess is his thought process. But I'm sure he realised he's got Andreas first and he's given himself an extra hour in the venue and totally understands the importance of this match, because there's no looking back for Leonard Gates if he can take this one and go 6 clear.
Yeah, he actually beat me to the venue today. I actually drove past him on the way in this morning.
I remember playing Krzysztof Ratajski in, I think it was in Germany.
60.
And it was a TV event, so what would that be? The European Championship, something like that. And I got there, and they came to me with 50 minutes and said, Glenn, he's got another 5 minutes, otherwise you'll be getting a bye, you won't be playing the match. He walked in 46 minutes before, had 109 average against me, and I don't think I won a leg.
81.
That's incredible.
And you require 40.
Gates has left tops after 12, though, and he has got out the gates quickly. More ways than one today. Double 10. Up for 5s. But it doesn't go.
And if you have been with us, he doesn't miss doubles like that, does Leonard Gates. I say the scoring phase is beautiful there. Give him a dart or a double, he is so good. It's going to have to be something special from the Swede. He can't do a chance again for Gates.
60. Leonard, you require 10.
Big moment, big leg. And the break for Gates would put him in pole position, not just in this game, but in terms of heading through to Saturday night.
Game
And
shot
he
on the first
clips
there.
the third dart off the barrel of the
Gates.
second. And Gates takes first blood, leads 1-0 with a break.
Second leg,
Yeah,
it's Leonard to
super
throw
impressive
first.
dart,
Game
the
on.
final one there. 5 missed darts at a double. You're above that nasty double 5. And like I said, just a kiss off that tungsten. I expected him to kick off with those 3
36.
darts there because the relief would have been incredible. Chance here for Andreas very early in this leg.
But this has been...
60.
What was his issue yesterday? His finishing actually was exemplary. A matter of fact, it's as good as you can get. 15 out of 28 hits. 53.57% when it came to the doubles. But his scoring power by way in comparison to day one just completely and utterly deserted him. 10 points less on his average despite having 20% better finishing ratio tells you that in terms of the power scoring, it lacked in so many areas.
85.
Yeah, I tried to give the answers of reasons why, but I really struggled. Andreas was involved in what looks to be a fantastic exhibition last weekend in Sweden. I know Chris Dobie said the crowd was sensational. Luke Littler was there as well. And I was just watching some of the videos, and of course Andreas was there alongside Dennis Nielsen, Madaj Razma.
97.
It'd be great to hear what his thoughts were, but you know the countries we're going to now, they just can't get enough of darts.
Scandinavia is a region which we're already starting to see the boom from, and I think it'll be before too long we see a real major event out there. We've got a World Series out there. We've had Euro Tour out there. It wouldn't surprise me if the next 5-10 years it joins Belgium in hosting a major.
Yeah, and I think Andreas lives in the real outback in Sweden as well, so it's not easy for him to get a game. He's done an awful lot in his area to get darts
41.
where he wants it to be. He's playing a big part, but I think it's also helping his game also. But a chance here for Gates. He hasn't been that sparkling so far in this leg. Remember, he's on throw, Leonard.
120.
He doesn't bust the 166 again.
100.
Well, this is for the break back. Harrison may look at tops here. Well, there's the first of them.
80.
Well, I did say he was 50% on the doubles. He found the double with the first and missed it with the second.
Double seven's not as bad as people would think because it's so close to that double 16 bed as well. And no problems at all for Gates.
2 nearly leads. He's halfway to moving himself 6 points clear. Remember, there's only 8 points left to play for. And when you consider that they then have to play some players, which you'd expect them to get wins from, particularly the bottom half of the table, you'd think that it's probably a task too many for Harrison to make up ground from there, and his full assault will be on a Group B campaign. Well, there is a smile on the face of the bearded Swede, which is something you don't often see. When he's on stage, you don't really get much by way of emotion or anything really being shown or let out by him.
Yeah, clearly the 2 points is the priority in this game because the averages are well down on the pairs of what they're capable of.
Well, it's almost as if we've been spoiled with all the good stuff in one day. And it's almost like at Christmas, you know, when you open all of your Christmas presents on Christmas Eve and then you've got nothing to open on Christmas Day. This group's kind of felt a little bit like that at times.
Yeah, it's. I think we left on a bit of a high on Monday. It was incredible. Every time we were looking at this giant screen we have with all our averages and every stat going.
43.
But yesterday, flattered to deceive, and this morning's been, dare I say, poor.
Come on, lads, more energy.
66.
Well, that's much better from Andreas Harrison. He's himself a single to double upon his return 45. To get one back. We'll still need to accrue the break at some point. Tops.
Well, on the third leg.
1 for 2 on the doubles, 50%.
Yeah, scored 145 and 2 darts there. The best 5 darts by a long way. But Leonard Gates leads 2-1, averaging the low 70s.
Just feels hard work, doesn't it?
100.
For the pair. Maybe they both know the significance of this game as well.
Well, I think we know that for Leonard Gates now. It was one of the questions he knew exactly what he had to do. It answers the question of why he was in so early.
140.
But all of a sudden, Andreas Harrison, as quickly as his power scoring left him, has it sort of come back now because he couldn't buy a treble for 2 legs in this match. Now it looks like he can't miss one.
Well, the Swede looked like he was in a bit of a mash, but now he looks like he's very much in the match. And if he brings it back to 2-2, he'd be the favourite to win the contest.
85.
But Gates will just keep close order, just in case there is a little bit of a slip. Harrison has stolen the darts here in the 4th.
60.
But that dry visit means that Gates can be the favourite once again.
Don't hit 100, Leonard.
99.
Leaves himself on a finish.
Yeah, good board management there from Leonard Hughes, and that 19 with a second dart. Return back up to the treble 20.
123. Leonard, you require 160.
This is an important phase of the match right now. And tops for a screamer.
Game shot number
What a finish from Leonard Gates. He's been
Leonard
absolutely
Gates.
out of it for a leg and a half. He started the match very, very nicely, leading 2-0. Andreas come back. He was looking pretty fierce on the treble 20, was Andreas, but from absolutely nowhere, that stunning 160. How important will that be at the end of the day?
58.
That could be a tide turner because Harrison really was trying to get a grasp of the contest. And now Gates is pushing through and pushing
100.
on. Harrison kicked off dry. Gates finds the treble. He's stolen the darts here. Not just a victory, but a victory by margin. If he wins this 4-1, he'd be on plus 18 in terms of leg difference. Andreas Harrison would be on plus 7. It'd be very hard to see that being caught and made up. And you'd think that the points ratio will be very hard to be caught and made up at the same time. Could be 6 darts away, Leonard Gates.
140.
140 for Harrison.
Yeah,
Not
just
really
keeps
enough.
Just keeps it interesting.
60.
Well, it won't be 6 darts for Leonard Gates now. Andreas Harrison has the darts in this one. But again, when he goes above that treble 20, it's not his usual favoured throw. However, that is a fantastic transition from that single 20 to the treble. It's looking good to get the deficit down to 1.
But how many times in this game at key junctures has Gates found something big and tangible? Harrison 63 to bring it back to 3-2. And it's going to be 1 dart at tops, which doesn't go. And so now Leonard Gates to take full command of proceedings to put Gates on the hill. It's 1 dart at tops, which drags just below.
You can see the reaction there, and both of these players, when they had 1 dart in the hand on Monday, it was no problem whatsoever. Andreas Harrison, double 10. Just
20.
not happening for the Super Swede right now. And chance
20.
for Gates.
Double 10 to put himself in pole position. Double 5.
10.
He's had his chances. They have come and they have gone. And
20.
Harrison still probably thinking himself how is in the contest.
Game shot on the 5th.
And brings it back to 3-2. But Leonard Gates did have the insurance policy that he did have the darts in the SIP to get the job done. He's now used up that free life and now has the darts here.
Yeah, Leonard Gates, you can just see behind him, it doesn't exude any confidence, does it? He's very fidgety, he's shaking his head, he's moving about an awful lot. He understands that a win here and it's match point. And he's got Andreas Harrison right now not playing his best, something that Henry was chatting with maybe before the dart was thrown. That Andreas Harrison doesn't usually come out the traps very quickly. His 1 bad game on Monday was his opening 1. So maybe Leonard Gates did catch Andreas at the best time, but missed opportunities there for Gates. Will he be back for another chance?
100.
It's been an intriguing performance from Harrison. A little bit like how we were comparing Connor Scott in the last game, where it's got going in moments, but it hasn't flickered
95.
to anything more than that, it's felt.
Yeah, the moments of brilliance have come from Leonard Gates, the 160 being the absolute highlight. He's got total control of this leg and match once again, however.
140.
Andreas Harrison, a couple of trebles there. Still 9 darts for Gates from here, wins the match.
And once again, looks to run towards that finishing line. Leads himself on a 2-darter. Upon his return, to put himself 6 clear at the top of the group. And with 8 points left to play for, you would say it'd be very difficult from that point onwards for Harrison to catch. So Gates, to seal it 4-2, is going to have 1 dart in his hand. A double 16,
38.
But that's another match dart that's been spurned by the American.
66.
And quite simply, this has to go for Andreas Harrison. And this is for a breaker throw. Andreas Harrison now becomes favourite for this match. Leonard Gates had this Group A campaign totally in his
Seventh and
hands.
final leg, it's
So
Andreas
many
to
missed
throw
opportunities,
first.
so many
Game
match starts
on.
for Leonard. And Andreas Harrison, without being anywhere near his brilliant best, is now favourite.
60.
Or has that favourite tag just been relinquished? A dry start for the Swede. Gates would love at least a ton here.
60.
Put himself in command, but we're as you were. And both players, Glenn, know the huge significance that this leg provides.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get in the mindset now of Leonard Gates. If he loses this game, just 2 points
60.
in it. He's got Mike Warburton next, who looked probably for me the player so far of today. Everyone just looks a little fidgety and
60.
he's just faffing around now, and treble-less for them both after 6 starts. Not what he expected in this game, but for the neutral, remember, a win here for Harrison, and it all gets very, very interesting.
93.
Well, that is the first treble of this last leg decider. Such has been the tentative nature of which,
60.
and it really is now in the hands of Andreas Harrison. Gates said darts to win it 4-1. Gates said darts to win it 4-2. And in the last leg, it is the Swede who is very much the
140.
favourite now.
Yeah, and did you see the reaction there from Leonard Gates? It was as if he's almost sort of given up to resigned to the fact
59.
that Andreas Harrison has
Greg
found his scoring boots, and
148.
you don't expect him to miss from here. 148 with a minimum of 6 darts. Yeah, he looks frustrated there. However, plan B, set up play. Just double checking there with the referee. Leonard
92.
Gates a long, long way back.
Well, Gates should have been out of here a few minutes ago with the 2 points in his pocket and probably a place into Saturday night's final.
100.
And
Duration required,
it's going to be
56.
6 from here from Harrison because Gates has left himself on a bogey. It's 2 darts at tops. For Andreas
Game
Harrison
shot and the
to
match.
seal a huge comeback
Andreas
win.
Harrison.
It keeps him in the mix. So he gets the better of Leonard Gates by 4 legs to 3, who mismatched darts for wins of 4-1 and 4-2. And when it came to the last leg, it was all about Harrison. 87-89 the average in the end. It was a performance where at his best Andreas Harrison looked great, but there was also times where it looked just a little bit under the radar. 4-3 Harrison coming up next, but going against Scott. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. First round down, Andreas Harrison has plugged the gap back to 2 points between himself and Leonard Gates at the top of the table, following a 4-3 win against the American before the break. Gates squandering match darts in 2 separate legs. Harrison going on to claim a vital 2 points. For Colin Scott, his ambitions isn't on winning the group, it's about ensuring that he can ensure a P3 finish and put himself into the Group B fray on Thursday and Friday. He got over the line against Max de Jong in a last leg decider in the opening round of fixtures. With moments of magic
First leg, it's Michael
for him in that one. Up against Michael Burgoyne, who averaged 87-84, was beaten by Mike Warburton. Guess what? In the last leg decider. In fact, every game today has gone 4-3 to the player with the throw.
97. $60. $58.
Michael Burgoyne, he must be really fancying his chances now in that Group C campaign. Well, I would say that normally, Henry, but we have got a fantastic Group
41.
C coming up tomorrow. It's not always something that we say because you've got the 3 bottom players coming from Group A. But we've got a couple of players beginning to find their form, including this man in your picture throwing his darts now. And like I said, we've got 3 fabulous players. Really looking forward to Group C tomorrow.
If it was based upon the 3 players that are currently in that bottom of Group A plus
56.
the rest of the field in Group C, I'd have Mike Warburton as favourite to get out of it, and you could probably 5 to 6 the rest of the field. You probably couldn't split the rest of the field.
100.
And I thought you were a friend of Jared Cole. Never mind.
Well, he does have a good record of getting through 2 Saturday nights, and he's looking to get that first win
40.
under the roof here in
Michael
Portsmouth.
Require,
The
153.
obligatory bounce out from Connor Scott in this leg.
Is it Patrick van den Boogaard he lost to in the final?
57.
I think Henry's talking to himself. So if you're listening, Jared Cole, I'll just concentrate on the game ahead.
57.
96 will be
Michael,
going
you
to
require
take a 1-0
96.
lead, and he has got the luxury of time. This guy hasn't really got out of the game in this first leg. Treble 19 for the double.
40.
This really is, at times, I've got to be honest, Glenn, the last couple of days, it's been a group that I've really struggled to get a grasp of. It's been a group that's been
99.
really hard to read as to
Michael, you
what's going to
require
happen
56.
from one moment to the next.
Game shot on the first
Like I
leg.
said, the best player
Michael
right now.
Burgoyne.
For me, he was the player of the day yesterday, Michael Burgoyne. He didn't always get the wins, but after that dreadful
against Connor
first
to
day
throw
where he
first.
played 5, lost 5, I've really enjoyed his performances since then. Again, very unlucky against Mike Warburton in the first game. There was
58.
moments there, but totally agree with you. It's been a funny old group. I honestly thought it was all done and dusted when Leonard Gates is thrown to win 4-1, to win 4-2 against Andreas Harrison.
43.
All of a sudden, that lead that he has now doesn't look as inviting. He has a huge game coming up next as Leonard Gates. He plays Mike Warburton, and like you said, it just hasn't felt nicely for
99.
Leonard today. Tough opener.
And Warby's going to have the bit between his teeth, I've no doubt about that.
100. $81.
I feel like it just needs a big performance from somebody to
58.
light the spark. The whole day so far has been cagey.
Yeah, you could understand the caginess of game 3 with the top 2 playing.
140.
Like I said, Mike Warburton said he's totally relaxed. It's for me, it's Connor Scott I can't really work out. I think I've worked out Michael Burgoyne. I think he's going to go into tomorrow. He's going to walk in. He's going to see that league table where everyone's on 0 points. That'll be a real spark for him. But I'm none the wiser about this man. This was someone of real potential, not only to
38.
win Group A,
We require
but actually to win the
160.
group. That's how good Connor Scott is. But He won't be happy with the situation. We've seen the 160 already today. It wasn't a help for Leonard Gates, remember?
60. Conor, you require 85.
Could it just be a pop finish like this that just brings him into life? 2 darts at tops. Pins it first time. And that could be what helps him. Because that tops has not been a friend for 2 days straight. He pins it first dart. And sometimes it can be that kind of confidence that builds you forward.
Yeah, just trying to look at the way Conor is gripping the dart as well. It almost seems like he's what I say, plays the piano with the dart. You can just see him messing about with getting in his hands there. And at times he's been playing that quick. He's releasing as he's still playing that piano on there. And that's what I mean by the pre-throw routine. You've got to stand there, get yourself right. And like I said, I think he worked out that he was too quick for his own good yesterday.
34.
But if you just see what I mean there, you can just see him playing with that dart. And on that 85 finish, it looked really, really solid. Now, despite the fact he hasn't hit a treble
94.
there, I quite like them 3 darts. But something to look out for.
Forget Billy Joel. Conor Scott's the piano man. Here are the Super Series.
31.
Again, another cagey leg where both players after 9 are in the mid 200 region.
58. $105.
Well, Scott leaves the fish. It's a finish that we've already seen a couple of times this week. Andreas Harrison treated us to it on Tuesday. Max de Jong hit it on Monday. Can Scott make it a hat-trick of that particular finish? Not on this occasion. And so Burgoyne comes back for 80 to lead 2-1.
Well, he had that fabulous 1-3-2, did Conor Scott in the first match. I honestly thought that would be the spar. Burgoyne looks the better player in this game. It's tops for a 2-1 lead, and very, very well deserved. It just seems to be getting better and better. Maybe the averages don't sort of confirm that, but I know the scoring power's been there for Michael. He's been impressed with that. And in this match, he's currently 2 from 2 on the checkout ratio. Good moments for the man from Bedfordshire.
Well, perhaps ironically, the doubling has been perfect in this game, but the scoring has been off. 2 from 2 Burgoyne, 1 from 1 Scott.
Yeah, the scoring's been terrible, Henry. Oh, I thought that was a guaranteed 180 there.
Well, if you actually compare the stats for yesterday, there wasn't really much to separate the pair. In matter of fact, Michael Burgoyne won more legs than Conor Scott yesterday. He won 2 more legs than Conor Scott. Burgoyne won 14, Scott won 12. In terms of the daily averages, not really much to separate the pair. 8-3-8-4, 8-4-9-2 for Scott. And in terms of the finishing, Burgoyne was at 29% compared to the 23.5% of the sniper.
80.
Now, Conor Scott is a really big scorer, and just that's a real indication there to me. Michael Burgoyne is more hundreds, more 140s. Yet to see a 180 in this game.
97.
Going into this competition on Monday morning, I felt that Conor Scott would outscore every single player here this week. Would he be able to match the doubles there?
60.
How wrong I was.
129.
Chance for Burgoyne. He's got at least 6 darts on 129. He'll go back up to treble 20. He doesn't have the drama of worrying about the bullseye with the last dart, so he's got the option of treble 18.
57.
He leaves himself a decent finish there, and Conor Scott way back on 210. Another strange old performance from Conor.
60.
Well, Burgoyne to be licking his lips. He's really improved the last couple of legs. He's dragged his average up to 85. And he's going to have a couple in his hand at double 18 to get the break and lead 3-1.
54.
Doesn't go.
Well, I was about to say 3 from 3 on the doubles because I thought that double 18 was plumb. Does he go the 3 bulls? He's promised it this week. But I think he needs that spark again. And like I said, after that first, I expect him to get down to double 15. Chance for Burgoyne on 18. Do you go direct? Or has he got the confidence to split? Looks like he's going direct for double 9.
No, he's split.
Don't nip me jokes when I'm mid-through there. Double three.
12.
I tell you what, only the greats win a lakeside on double three.
52.
Let me tell you that, Henry Deacon. The absolute legends of this sport.
Tops for 2-2. Double 10. Is this any better for him? Yes, it is. Level we are.
Connor Scott.
Yeah, just look at the reaction there from Michael Burgoyne. The new commentary box that we have here, I've just had a little look over the shoulder just to see the reaction there from Michael. Boy, was he angry with himself.
He knows that he had a big, big opportunity there to really
82.
take a stranglehold of this match. He will feel like he should be throwing to win the contest.
Yeah, there's a lot of people watching on our YouTube channel. Lots of chat on the chat room as well. So just tick the subscribe button as well. All the bonus content. There's loads of good stuff to go on there. That's a funny old dart in a sense that what you do is you wipe your hands because you believe it's sweat. But he just got a little bit of his timing wrong on that one. No dramas, no issues whatsoever, Michael. Just move on.
Yeah, on top of subscribing, don't forget to like this video as well because it helps with our analytics. It gets you further up your particular search pages and gets the Super Series further up your search pages on YouTube as well. So do like the video and do have a look at some of our bonus content. I believe we've got a game of golf involving Devon Peterson and Neil Duff available on there, which you can enjoy.
Was that another lady player that's been announced? Analytics?
98.
Ah, I see what you've done. I see what you've done.
That's why I'm paid the big bucks.
60.
Well, Scott, who could have been 3-1 down in this game, could well take the ascendancy at 3-2. He's taken the darts off of Burgoyne, but could do with a
60.
treble here. Doesn't find one. Leaves himself on a finish. Leaves himself on the 150 again. But Burgoyne looking to leave it much, much more makeable.
Yeah, that first dart was absolutely perfect as well for Michael.
85.
Hence the reaction there.
Connie require 150.
You get the sense that Scott needs to find a big moment. He had the 1-3 too earlier, and we thought maybe that was the moment where he put the
Michael, you require 147.
ignition into proceedings.
Yes, I must put my ignition into proceedings on the car when I get back. But a 2-darter here for Connor Scott.
Connor, you require 53.
Remember, he did win his opening game. Could be 2 wins from 2 for Connor. Can he lead this match 3-2? He's gone away from that double top now. That was interesting and very reminiscent of Michael Burgoyne's attempt on the double 18. Hits the wire, then goes inside. This could be a total roles reversal from the last leg. Big dart.
Game shot
Big hit. And
Burgoyne.
Burgoyne finds himself 3-2 to the good. Scott now throwing to stay in the contest.
Sick leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
I was meant to say put the key into the ignition.
30.
You're saying all the right words, just not necessarily in the right order.
Who was it that said that phrase? All the right
85.
notes, but in all the wrong places.
Morecambe and Wise.
Ah, was it?
100.
And to be fair, the weather gods did bring us sunshine today in Portsmouth. Much better day than it was yesterday, where it really was wet and damp and soggy, wasn't it?
60.
It was an umbrella kind of day, Glenn.
Bizarre commentary here in the comms box. Nothing bizarre about the way Michael's responding to that
100.
score there. Another big chance, you feel, but still 40 points ahead. Remember, Connor Scott still has aspirations. He wants to be in Group B. And a couple of wins here would give it.
180.
Trouser Peacock, he leaves that arm out.
131 to take us the distance for the 4th consecutive game. We've never had a session when it's been 15 4-3 scorelines.
I was involved in 14, remember? Excellent setup play for Connor Scott, so it's looking that way
91.
now. However,
130.
are we going to see a little bit of magic from Burgoyne? Needs the treble 20. It looks
40.
like we are going the distance for the 4th match
40.
on the spin. He's had his problems on this double. No such ones this time. Once again, we are going the distance. However, this time it's Michael Burgoyne with the dart. Smiles all round.
7th and final leg, it's Michael to throw first.
But the Burger Boy will know the importance of these 3 darts.
Well, Scott can temporarily move himself 6 points clear from 4th and 5th respectively.
60.
Warburton takes on Gates, De Jong takes on Harrison, and so that could be a 6-point cushion which he can keep hold of, and with 6 points left to play for, he'd pretty much rubber stamp his place into Group B, and then he'd be seeing what would happen in the Gates and Harrison race, because he'd think that maybe 2nd place could be attainable. And remember, it's based on league positioning, the prize money jumps. So the winner of Group A gets a lovely,
100.
lovely bonus, real good bonus. Then you are paid for positions from 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 in the group.
43.
Yeah, inquisitive look there from Connor Scott. Michael Burgoyne, 60 points plus these. He was losing this type of game for a day and a half.
85.
And like I said, the sort of mixture, a combination of him playing better and just a little bit of luck on his side. Just has to take his time. He's got full control of this leg and match as Michael Burgoyne. Just keep it nice and simple. Very quickly going to the hockey there.
But where have we said that before today? Where someone's had control of a game, but it's let it go from their grasp. But Burgoyne doesn't look like he's going to do that.
Well, he lost his opening match 4-3, did Michael Burgoyne. Like I said, I've been really pleasantly surprised the way he's played after that dismal day 1.
81.
And he's got 6 darts and 116 over the disappointing Connor Scott. This is for the match. No dramas. He mustn't panic. He leaves himself tops.
Does what he needs to do. Tops upon him to turn. Scott can only try and apply pressure, but apply pressure he will. A little bit more of a grip between the teeth. Look at the stare down he gave the board there.
Just a little bit too little too late. And Michael Burgoyne, boy is he impressed the past day and a half. He had a dismal start on day 1, but he's really fighting back now, and Connor Scott has really flattered to deceive. You see in the background a very disappointed look, and not an average you often associate with Connor Scott in the 70s. But Michael Burgoyne, he won't care one jot. Another win from the man from Bedfordshire, and a huge game coming up next for top of the table Leonard Gates. He plays Mike Warburton.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Michael Bogoy got the better of Connor Scott by 4 legs to 3. Well, the Scott man has been a little bit like the Scat man, hasn't he, so far today? 77.01 average, 3 from 7 when it came to the finishing. Bogoy 4 from 10, the winner of that particular contest. Next up, a man who's won their opening game against a man who's lost their opening game. Mike Warburton, a 4-3 winner against Michael Bogoy, takes on Leonard Gates, who lost out 4-3 to Andreas Harrison. And if you actually look by way of performance, Warburton had the much better of the first round as well, averaging 88.5, 4 from 7 on the doubles. Gates had that golden moment at the 160, but spurned a multitude of match darts in a cagey contest against the Swede. And now he is firmly looking behind his shoulder instead of ahead towards the finishing line.
Yeah,
if we look at the opening games, you'd have to say Mike Warburton will fancy his chances in this match. However, if we looked at the head-to-head the past 2 days, it's been pretty straightforward for the man in your picture, Leonard Gates. 2 wins over Mike Warburton. However, it was a surprising defeat for Leonard Gates from leading 3-1. It was just more his mannerisms. He looked nervous, he looked tentative. And I think that realisation of knowing that a win over Andreas Harrison, so he's got to dust himself down. And one thing the MODUS Super Series can do is let you straight back on the board. He does look a little bit more relaxed now.
100.
Like you say, he will have to play well to beat this man in your picture.
Well, it kind of goes a little bit against the grain because Leonard's opening games have tended to yield good results and good performances. Averaged 98.5 against Scott in a 4-0 win on Monday. And then yesterday, beat Max de Jong 4-2 with an 84.5 average of 4 from 9 on the doubles and a couple of ton plus outs in there.
100.
Yeah, he was biting his flight. He was looking at his darts throughout, Leonard, and he has changed setup. Was it yesterday that happened? So, like I said, when them sort of things are on your mind, you know that someone's not 100% happy with the game right now. On the back of a disappointing Champion of Champions World Seniors to try and regain his title. However, this would be nice.
Well,
we've seen a 160 from Leonard Gates, and now a 161. An absolute masterclass of finisher from the American. He leads 1-0.
Second leg is Mike to throw first. Game on.
So, Gates 1-2 the good.
Yeah, beautiful 12 darter.
100.
Just what the doctor ordered for Leonard Gates. Like I said, I just sensed, and I'm just looking out and seeing him. He just looks a lot more calm, and I was really surprised how nervous he got. He's a proven champion, a proven winner. Yet when I still get on that stage, remember, it's just for qualification for Saturday night.
But this is a competition where egos are left at the door.
58.
Doesn't really matter what you've done before here.
I was very impressed with what Devon Peterson said last week, Henry. He said it was an amateur competition in professional surroundings. He was absolutely blown away with it, and he can't wait to be back. And me and you chatted yesterday and said if he could have just had day 1 again, because on day 2 he's starting to produce much better darts. I'm a big fan of the Devon Peterson story. I probably talked to him more than any other dart player since I sort of left, because, well, I have my thoughts on the Devon Peterson game. Not that he'd want to listen from me, but he is someone I would love to work with.
137.
Well, Gates here is averaging in excess of 131. Now, we saw on Monday Andreas Harrison come close to threatening the record average. When he pins 11 darter here, we may be looking close towards those territories if he can keep this standard up. 12 darter in the first. Double 12 for an 11. But it's back-to-back 12s for Leonard Gates. And it's a double dozen for him. He leads 2-0.
I just love those numbers. 125 average equates to a 12 darter. And you have to say, just 20 minutes later, half an hour after that really nervy ending conclusion to his match, and barring them darts there, he's looked absolutely sublime so far.
Yeah, get those averages down. It's only 118 now. Rubbish.
60.
Now he's finding the range again. The numbers will tick up again, past 120 again.
Yeah, it's a big part of the modern game now, and I speak with a lot of young players, and it's all set with averages and numbers. But right now, the clear situation for Leonard Gates is just win this match and get that 4 points clear again. But we have this...
80.
We have this fascination with stats these days, don't we?
Well, it's a modern generation thing, and it's not just darts, it's across all sports. In terms of football, everyone looks at teams through
100.
XG metrics now, and you look at tennis, you go through average serve speeds and things like that.
139.
He's averaging 118.42 here. And if he could pin this into, if he can find a full visit leg,
100.
he could have something in and around the 120 region.
Well, he'll take 3 darts from here. It's always a nice finish, 82. He'll start the bull, which he's so good at from his soft tip days. A dart at tops.
42.
Just
Might give a
smashes that wire, doesn't it? It's going to take something special here from Warby. Second best throughout so far. However, double 12 to get back in this match.
129.
He's the type of player you give just one opportunity. He could sometimes take it. Kate's so close to taking out the 141, but Gates ain't going to make any mistake on the tops. He leads 3-0, averaging 112.72. 3 from 5 when it's come to the finishing. This performance from Leonard Gates, well, it's complete compare and contrast from the first one. As a matter of fact, there's nearly 33 points between his performance levels from the first game to the second. Warburton's averaging 95, and he's hardly had a look in this game. He's only had a dart at double 12 on the back of a 141 out.
Yeah, Warburton felt this is where it sort of went wrong yesterday when he played Leonard Gates. He was in total control, and then an unbelievable piece of magic from Leonard Gates in the decider, 11 darter. And he's
60.
Gone into this match 12, 12 and 16 against Warburton. However, good start in this fourth leg. But when he's in a full flow, it's a beautiful action. It's a reminiscent. He has that body movement. He's all about rhythm as Leonard Gates and that feel of the dart going in. Whereas the classic aimer is Mike Warburton. That's a 60. Textbook throw. If you're starting the game up and want to know the fundamentals of the throw, you wouldn't be doing anything wrong. Whereas this one, it's all about, he's not even aiming, remember. So he's holding that dart and then just going through this phase of throwing.
140.
Bop, pop, pop.
Well, if Gates takes this out, the 161, he will enter top 10 average territory. To enter it, he needs an average of at least 113.43.
97.
Which is held by a number of players. This has been a prolific performance from Gates. It's been golden from Gates, but he's not going to have his golden finish, not at least of this turn.
99.
Yes, but what he can do is leave it pretty. And it has just been scraps on Mike Warburton. Just an attempt at 141. And now an attempt at 104. He shouldn't really stay in the 20s, but he's absolutely one of those players where he does not want to move from that target area. There was open beds he could have went for.
88.
But it's been an absolutely fabulous performance from Leonard Gates. Just what he needed. And this for a big whitewash win. And to go 4 points clear again.
Well, Warburton will feel like he's walked into another one. And Gates is one step closer towards qualification. A 4-0 victory against Mike Warburton. The average, 109.31. An incredible performance. And it's still not the highest average of the week. A 4-0 victory for Leonard Gates against Mike Warburton. Warby averaging 91 and only got a dart at a double. That was on the back of a 141 combo. So Gates a 4-0 victor. He moves full clear again. Andreas Harrison in action against Max de Jong after this.
And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And what an absolute masterclass we've just witnessed from Leonard Gates. He went into today's proceedings 4 points clear. It was a disappointing loss in his opening game to Andreas Harrison. But boy, has he just put a performance on, averaging nearly close to 120 throughout. Ended up at just over 109, but a fantastic performance. And puts all the pressure once again on the man just approaching the hockey now, Andreas Harrison. A disappointing day yesterday for the Super Swede. He was superb on Monday, which included a 117 average.
First leg,
but his scoring power seemed to desert him yesterday. But a big win over Leonard Gates in his first match. And he'll fancy his chances against Max de Jong, who's very hit and missy. He can go through phases of winning and that continues, and then can lose a few games on the spin. But if you look at everything, taking everything into consideration, you'd have to fancy Andreas Harrison for this match.
81.
I just wonder whether what Leonard and Mike produced in the last game may just be the fire to the spark of the rest of the group as Andreas Harrison hits a single one of his first dart.
28.
Yep, it's inspired them all right.
Well, he's had problems, Andreas, against Max de Jong. It was a bizarre opening match on Monday morning for Andreas against Max. Max won that game 4-3, but he was never in it. He was
45.
just feeding off the mistakes on this man. And even the last game for Andreas yesterday, he did scrape a 4-3 win over Max. No styles make fights. Well, maybe Andreas just doesn't enjoy the pace of playing against Max.
$55.
Just having a look at the record of Andreas Harrison here at the Super Series and how things really have gone full circle for him. Took him a couple of attempts to even get through to a Saturday night. Missed out on his first 2 appearances here. Then Series 3, Week 12, made it through to the group stages. He'll be bitterly disappointed that he got knocked out because Matthew Edgar actually made it through to the semi-finals in that particular week. So, goodness knows what happened that week if Matthew Edgar got to the semi-finals.
You are awful to the co-commentators. I'm going to DRA you. You're added to my list. A nice 180 of air from the Swede. Takes control of this leg now. It was a disappointing opening 3 darts at 28, but since has gone ton 180.
95.
Excellent board manager there from Max, but a chance here for Harrison. He has options on 93. He's gone very aggressive, so he's not guaranteeing himself a dart double, but he's got it with that treble 14. So it's double 16 for a 1-0 lead.
61.
Doesn't go. But how many times this week have we seen a finish like this pinned by de Jong? Double 19 to recover the act. He can't do so. Harrison back for 16s.
43.
Yeah, and I don't think he can continue. You can't rely on other players missing and you feeding off those scraps.
Game shot on the first.
Harrison doesn't often miss, and a nice tidy opener for the Swede, looking for 2 wins out of 2 today.
Second leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, from that point onwards, Harrison
68.
play in Series 4, shall I say, and then went straight to Series 5, where he won, and then did the same in Series 6. He actually won the last week before Christmas here at the Live Lounges, where we were all
58.
dressed up in Christmas jumpers, myself, Scott Mitchell and Corinne Hammond. Harrison certainly had the beard for that time of year, didn't he? And of course, the race is on to join the Champions Week field in Series 7. Reece Robinson, Conor Heenahan, Bradley Roos and Neil Duff already in there. Heading towards the halfway point of the series, where this is kind of the point. Paul Nicholson emphasised this on comms on Saturday night. It's around about this region of a phase where players begin to come to the ball when it comes to Champions League. Week 8's the most prolific week for a Champions League winner, where Whitehead and Little have both won from that particular week. Week 10's also quite profitable. Littler winning in that particular week as well. Raymond Smith won in week 7. Jim McEwen won from a latter week as well. And then in the last series, week 12 for Scott Taylor, De Jong 170.
Not to be again. He had that fantastic moment of hitting the big fish and even had the celebration like Luke Littler.
Require 104.
So for a big lead here for Andres. He'll stay there. And just the way his darts lie, he just has to move over. Can't be done. And Max de Jong had the chance of 100 in the first leg.
96.
And this chance at 72, the importance of these types of finishing. Is he going to get at least a dart or a double? Well, he needs the big straight 20 to do that. And he's got himself a dart at tops. Andreas not looking. Like what he is now.
You know, I said that possibly that performance from Leonard maybe just inject a bit of life into proceedings. Well, Andreas Harrison is with 216 darters to kickstart the game, is averaging 93-94. De Jong has called his average up to 84. And maybe, slowly but surely, the key is being put into the ignition.
Yeah, keep the chat room going as well. Some good stuff. Dave Horton Glenya from the northeast. Before Rids, Dobie and Joyce come along. Who were the top players when you started out? Well, Chris Dobie's dad was one of the best players I've ever seen, Gordon Dobie. Absolutely fantastic players. Some great players. Matt Murphy, David Gradwell, Paul Nicholson, of course, from Northumberland. There was a player I was always a fan of in Durham, County Durham, by the name of Paul Knighton. Absolutely exceptional player. And some great players from Cleveland as well. Tynan Weir, Andy Chalmers, wonderful player. As I was sort of starting alongside Andy. So yeah, it's a real hotbed of players, and I think Chris Dobie, Callan Rids, Adam Hunt, Ryan Joyce are doing a fabulous job for our area. But there is a young kid, 8-year-old by the name of Kai Tiffin.
140.
He could be the next Luke Littler, and that is no joke. 8-year-old averaging round about 75 at his county youth games. It's sensational. So we're very excited about him.
100.
Just think about how good the world seniors could be by about 2060.
I still won of one again.
60.
Yes, it is. Does it on comms? I'm just reading all the stuff here, but most of it's not to chat about. But like I say, any questions on the chat, on Twitter, and our social media platforms, just give us a shout. We're here for a few more hours as we watch a conclusion. It's looking good for Leonard Gates right now. However, Andreas Harrison is putting himself in a good position and just hanging on to Leonard.
Well, both players, I suppose perhaps ironically that they played a scrappy opener, but then responded in their second game superbly. Gates with the 109 average against Warburton, and
50.
Harrison here averaging 91.5. And that 15 for De Jong, that single free with the last dart means that Harrison's got 6 from the 160, and he's going to need the full quota of darts.
40.
Yeah, I was just looking out the window here, and that was quite a little jerky throw there from Andres. I could just see him not enjoying the pace of the game. He's sort of looking around, losing his concentration a little bit. Like I say, he's got full control of this game. Max being left with one of those types of finishes that he hasn't been putting away today. It's Shanghai this time for the Swede.
Looking to climb the ladder towards tops.
100.
Just 6 below.
Max, you require 62.
Just shy of a 90 average at the moment, but these are the types of finishes. This has been the outcome of this game. So far, Max hasn't put this type of finish away. Can he change that? This is a big dart from, because you'd fancy Harrison. Again, just looks a little nervy, rocking and rolling a little bit.
30.
And it's not to be for the Dutchman. You can see the response and the reaction. Chance for a 3-0 lead.
Game shot
a 3-0 lead, which he seizes upon. He gets the double break and is now throwing for the match. 88-41 the average. It's been a solid performance from Andreas so far. He's done what he's needed to do in this contest up to press. And he now throws for a 4-0 victory, which will put him back to within a couple of points of Leonard Gates to the top of the group
96.
after 2 rounds of matches for the day.
Yeah, here's a question off James on the chat room for you, Henry. Is the only restriction to the MODUS Super Series participation a tour card?
Effectively, so it's players over the age of 16 are able to qualify for it or be given a direct invitation. The only obligation which stops you from doing so after that point is having that PDC tour card, because the stipulations for the PDC pros is once you obtain a tour card and you're part of the 1-2A, you cannot contractually play in tournaments that are televised or streamed outside of PDC sanctioned events. So that's the only
64.
the stipulation in terms of that. But if you do want to be a part of it, and we'll show the VT a little bit later on, I'm sure, do head over to dartcircuit.com where you could be a part of the ADC qualifiers. That's the route Andreas Harrison has gone down, and what a successful path he's had, leaving 138 after 9 here for the match, averaging in excess of 93, 3 from 5 on the doubles, and to put himself in a couple of points of Leonard Gates at the top.
Yes, it was a plethora of 4-3 scores after the first 4 games, but we've had a 4-0 win in the previous game. A double 12 away from a 138. What a way to finish with a Super Swede. Big smile on his face. He's really just saying to Leonard Gates, I am still here, Leonard. So no mistakes on the American, really, the way Andreas is playing right now. 95.43. That beautiful 138. And now he's finding his doubles again. Good times for the Swede. That was a big victory. That was one-way traffic. And next up, it's the return of Leonard Gates. He's top of the table. He's seen what Andreas Harris has done. He plays Michael Burgoyne next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. 2 rounds have been completed for our day on Wednesday. This is what we've seen up to press. Well, it was pretty much all straightforward for the players throwing first in the first few games. But before the break, Andreas Harrison bucked that particular trend, getting the better of Max de Jong by 4-0. This is what it does then in terms of the table. Leonard Gates, having lost that game to Andreas Harrison in match 3, now only has a 2-point lead at the top of the table from Harrison in second. Connor Scott looks like he's taken control of the race to be in Group B on Thursday and Friday night. 12 points to his name. De Jong, Warburton and Burgoyne look like they are now playing for pride. So let's have a look and see what round 3 is going to give us. Our first game is Leonard Gates up against Michael Burgoyne. It is the bookenders battle as far as Group A is concerned. But for Michael Burgoyne, there are reasons to be cheerful. For Leonard Gates, he'll be hoping to back up that big performance that he put in last time out against Mike Warburton.
Yeah, he seems to have that bounce in his step as well, but he's a totally different commodity as Michael Burgoyne than he was on Monday. Like I said, Leonard Gates would have fancied his chances against Michael, but he's been so impressive for a day and a half now, and it's great to see. I was having some banter with some of his friends, and maybe I was a little one-sided in his games, but I was just reading the fact that Michael wasn't playing as well, so credit where it's deserved. The Burger Boy is really finding his feet here at the MODUS Super Series, and no better way to test yourself than top of the table, Leonard Gates.
100.
Leonard Gates, who, if you have just joined us here, last time out dismantled Mike Warburton by 4-0, getting the job done
45.
in 7.5 minutes, averaging 109.31. Hitting a 1-6-1 and 4-6 on the doubles. Warburton himself averaged 91 and got quite literally no change
45.
for his efforts.
Yeah, it was an incredible start to the day. All 6 players. Now, I think Warburton was arguably the player the first round, and but the second round definitely belonged to Leonard Gates. He was absolutely sensational, but quietly but effectively getting on with the job as the Super Swede. And Andreas Harrison 2 wins out of 2 at the moment, and
60.
just sort of hanging on to Leonard Gates. It's and all Leonard could do now is win games. If he wins his remainder, of course, he tops the group.
57.
But started this one slowly.
How many times, Glenn, do we see it when someone puts in a monster average and then the beginning of the next one can just slide a little bit?
Yeah, funny enough, I mean, it's the Darryl Pilgrim
60.
hour, I call it, where he just put 2 spectacular averages together, which probably won't be seen again on this stage. It was incredible to watch someone so at ease with his game and posting numbers that, well,
100.
it was staggering. So yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying, and Leonard Gates has to just find that real balance right now. You don't always average 109 in a game.
60.
And his mentality going into this game with Michael Burgoyne should be just to get the 2 points and get 4 points clear again. Let the averages look after themselves, H.
97.
As Chris Mason would say, they don't write averages on trophies. Have you got any averages on your trophies? You've got a lot of them in your cabinet.
Well, actually, Mason says that to me because I was never a
43.
massive average hitter.
Leonard, you
You know, I was the Max de Jong. I was the grinder, the fighter. You didn't want to play someone like me because my pace was more methodical. So I never had the fluency of a Leonard Gates, and you know these guys who can just pull out an absolute monster average at any time. I was consistent.
70.
Don't you dare say
Will you require
consistently rubbish, otherwise I've got.
No, you were very good, Glenn. You don't win that many trophies by being poor. You don't climb the summit of the lakeside 3 times for no reason
57.
whatsoever. And you don't win a Premier League for no
require
reason
32.
whatsoever.
Well, Leonard Gates, one of his priorities is to get to the summit of MODUS Super Series this week. He has a chance here to take a lead in this match.
Game shot on the
And the
first
lead he
leg.
takes, like I say,
Leonard
you can
Gates.
just see him like that little snarl there. But the bottom line, Leonard, is that you're winning games at the moment.
Against Leonard to throw first.
And that's all. And
Game.
Saturday night, save your best till. And you can be here on Saturday night.
Time for me to do some magic, Glenn. Abracadabra. There's the QR
41.
code that you need to be here on any given Saturday night here at the Super Series. That sends you to a website called dartshop.tv where you can obtain your tickets for every single week
59.
here at the Super Series. And we should note that Champions Week, Champions Night is on Saturday the 25th of May. And what a sporting day we could have here in the United Kingdom. You could swan
41.
around, watch the FA Cup final. It would probably take place at 3 o'clock, so it'll probably be a Manchester derby in the final. And then you could come from there, befitting from an excellent afternoon on the red royal carpet carpet occasion of Wembley into the beautiful
96.
yellow carpeted surroundings of the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth and watch 6 of the best darting joustists here at the Super Series go toe-to-toe for the tippity toppest of jackpots we've ever seen here. £25,000 for the champ of
59.
champs.
You can go back to sleep now, Henry.
Anyway, get rid of the QR code. There you go. You've had your time QR code, man.
87.
Yeah.
$60.
44 points down on his average of his last game as Leonard Gates.
99.
I like the way he's just taking his time. Might just seem like a second or two, but he's just gathering his thoughts together because he ain't playing anywhere near like his second game there.
96. Michael, you require 160.
Chance for Burgoyne. Who ain't playing great himself, it has to be said. We have said an awful lot of positives about him. I like that switch. I
128.
really like that switch because when you see the number that he was on there, you don't want to leave the treble 20 bed. Excellent dart from the Burger Boy.
100.
Double 16 to
Michael,
square
you
up
require
at 1-1.
32.
1-1 it is.
second
Burgoyne
leg.
breaks back.
Michael Burgoyne.
You were at Wembley last night, Henry.
Indeed, I was.
How was it?
Feel like it's
It was
Michael to
a
throw
very
first.
wet occasion.
Game on.
There was a lot of rain in the air. A lot of precipitation.
Well, I had a meeting yesterday, settled down. I could not
57.
find Channel 4 on my TV.
So you didn't get the opportunity to listen to the expert analysis of Marouane Fellaini.
67.
Yeah, 2-2 draw against Belgium yesterday. Jude Bellingham with a belly goal right at the
58.
very end to salvage a draw, and then the long journey back because the motorway was shut, so we didn't get back through the door until about
100.
the wee hours.
Well, very unprofessional when you're at work the next day, Henry, but I'll leave that to the MODUS Super Series management.
That's all right. They need to sack me on Monday.
Yes, we were one like
66.
away, everybody. I think we've got a couple of questions on. It's not Twitter no, it's X, isn't it?
78.
Nice to see that plenty of people watching. Diamond Darts, can you give some tips and advice on how to get better grouping? I have a little game, Diamond Darts. I have a little game, and it's all about the bed that Michael Burgoyne just hit with his second dart there, the fat 20 bed. So take away the double, take away the treble. At just exactly that spot there, and just aim and work on your grouping from there. I always found that the best way to do it. Part of your example is you can hit a treble 20, then hit a 5. Well, I always worked on the 2 treble scenario for myself. Exactly that. So if you miss the second dart,
140.
and there's the perfect example of
And you've got
grouping there.
160.
Create 2 trebles in your mind, and that's how I've found best for the grouping.
Well, Gates couldn't find a couple of trebles there, and so Burgoyne will return for
82.
80 for a 2-1 lead. And to
80.
turn this game somewhat on its head, he's been the most likely to travel in this match. Double 10, and that's awkward. He has to have a look. Does he shuffle across? Does he move across? He moves across to his right. Looks to pinch one on top, and he
60.
wasn't far away. He was a whip for a while away.
Leonard, you require
Yeah, I felt every
78.
dart there were Mike, and I thought he did everything right. A beautiful first dart. Second dart was too good, and this would hurt. This is what Gates does, though. He's not at the races in this match.
38.
And once again, hits the wire there. He's
Michael,
just
you
so
require
adept
20.
at just finding a finish, despite not being anywhere near where he wants to be. The big winner, if Burgoyne wins this match, remember, is Andreas Harrison. That's a bit wild, but when it's wild,
Game shot
the
no
second one
further.
just seems to go in. It's a
Michael
strange
Burgoyne.
old game of darts, this one. But like I said, that one nearly missed the board. You can see Michael chattering away to
Flag
himself
is Leonard
because
to
he's
throw
feeling good
first.
about himself.
Game on.
And he's arguing with himself because he knows, I feel great. Why is the darts not going where I want to be? And he's just trying to self-motivate himself. But worrying
100.
times for the American.
What goes through the mind? Because you've had a performance as good as he had previously. 109, just under 110 average. And now he's lurking in the mid-70s.
96.
And it's something, like I said, I didn't often experience. I was the more consistent player but like I say, the difference between 109 average, he's currently averaging just gone over 75. But don't you think that's Leonard Gates? These guys, they have flashes of absolute brilliance. And in these best of sevens, it's like a 60-meter sprint for these guys. They can post fantastic averages, but at the same time, all of a sudden, he can just go really quiet. So he's just got to keep believing. He's had the upper hand against Michael Burgoyne previously.
Well, Chris Mason often says in this commentary box, the difference between players here, players on the Pro Tour is the A game, there's not much of a difference. It's that B game that can sometimes be an issue. It's not going to take out a second 161 of the day. Didn't have to take it out. Has a couple of trips to cross the finishing line. Returns for 102. But going now looking to put ample pressure on him to try and see if he can carve out an opening for a break. 140. Will do himself favours. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
And Leonard Gates should have left himself a 2-darter. And his last dart went back to the 20 bed when the bullseye should have been the shot. So treble 14, I always think is a bigger target than the bullseye on 82 with 2 darts. And he just decided what he wants to because he is so good on the bullseye. Treble 20 was not the shot there for me, Leonard. He's covered that bed. It's not an open one. Mistake there from Leonard Gates. Will it be punished? Treble 17 needed. You can see Burgoyne fighting with himself. Charmed life for Gates here.
The bite of the flights in the background, and he'll be hoping to take flight in this match. Should get a couple at tops here to square this contest back up at 2 apiece. And makes no mistake. Level we are, 2-2.
If I could just take you back there. Leonard Gates is all about fluency. In that first dart, what I call the rough cross, he just seemed to give himself a second and then just went up to tops, and that was the perfect execution on hitting the single number, then the double. Best 2 darts in the match for Leonard Gates.
70.
What a reminder of the situation as far as the group is concerned. If Gates can win this one, he moves himself on to 22 points. That would put him 4 clear of Andreas Harrison, who up next has got to play Connor Scott.
100.
Now, if Scott wins that particular match, then even though it's not mathematically certain that Gates is home and host, he would be very, very close to doing so.
134.
He's been very close a few times, though. And when it gets down to the nitty-gritty, that's when he can show signs of negativity. And that's what Michael is going to be holding on to. Michael seems to be involved in a lot of 4-3 games. He's had 2 already today. 1-1, lost 1. You just see he's fighting with himself, and I don't mind that, actually. Couple of days off for you now, Henry, isn't it?
93.
It is. Be back on Saturday with the former Lakeside champion, Scott Mitchell. Whilst you're off on your Easter holidays, Glenn.
Yeah, not Primrose Valley, but something like that.
139.
Flamborough Park or something. I don't know. Anyway, but can't wait. Time with my grandson. Can't beat it.
Well, Michael Burgoyne will be hoping that his Easter present will be
Michael, you require 76.
a perfect Champions Week for the Burger Boy. 8-8 for a 3-2 lead against Gates. And this would open
60.
this group up for interpretation again. This 108 could be seismic.
It's a kind of thing that Leonard Gates does, but I expected Burgoyne to get that 8-8. It's not going to happen. 99 left. He'll probably think he can still finish.
$44.
Well, 8-8 for 3-2. 4-4. That was way inside. But that's well in. And Burgoyne is a leg away from deposing of Gates.
Just put yourself in the mindset now of Andreas Harrison. He cannot believe his luck right now.
Game on.
Leonard Gates doesn't qualify. Remember, we spoke at the beginning of the show at 1-4. Leonard Gates was to win this group based on that 4-point lead. And I said it was just a disastrous start from the fact that he had Andreas Harrison in the opening game. I said I fancied Andreas to win that. What I didn't expect was the demolition job of Mike Warburton. And I thought Leonard Gates was back on track. Michael
57.
Burgoyne, who sat bottom of the table right from the outset of this Group A campaign. This would be a major, major shock. But how many times, Henry, do we see the player at the bottom of the table beat the player at the top?
140.
Well, this would be so typical, though, wouldn't it, from Andreas Harrison's perspective, if Burgoyne got the job done here and Connor Scott wins the next game 4-0, averaging 115.62.
59.
Very specific, Henry.
Well, I'm just saying he wins it with 413 darters.
No, I'm not so sure. Connor's got 115 average in him right now, I think. Yeah, like you said, maybe just going home for probably be a bit of a nightmare getting there and back, but I think it could be the best thing for Connor. Start afresh again tomorrow. He's desperate to be in Group B, is Connor.
100. Energy require 138.
138 to take us all the way. He's got a couple of bites of this particular cherry.
Well, he did this earlier, the 138. It's not going to be this time. He will try and work out the score himself. He has the opportunity,
106.
of course, but that's a fabulous, fabulous setup play. Great darts, Mr. Gates.
$58. Energy require 32.
To take us the distance. Double 16. It's been a good leg from Gates.
Game shot on the
A
6th.
15 darter to
Leonard
send us all the
Gates.
way, and don't underestimate the significance of this particular leg.
7 from final
Yeah,
leg.
the
It's
fifth
Michael to throw
match.
first. Game on.
That's gone the distance. This time it's begun, but look at the eyebrows lifting up there, because that when he threw that dart, it felt good in his hand, but a nice start.
83.
You're saying to your opponent, there's one treble. Go on, you follow that. But Leonard Gates will be typical. There's, I'll follow. I'll raise. And I'll go all in.
140.
Great start from the response there from the American. All of a sudden he becomes favourite again. And he's very good under pressure of taking these last legs.
Well, Leonard Gates is from
100.
Houston, but he will want to do a reverse of Beyonce's UK #1 track right now, which is Texas Hold'em. The Texan wants to break.
83.
I take it
59.
you don't know what's in the charts at the minute.
$100.
And no, it's not the Pet Shop Boys and Tears for Fears.
I downloaded Teddy Swims last night, if that helps.
Oh, okay, you're getting there.
89.
Well,
Yeah, chance here for Gates. Despite the fact that Burgoyne is first down to a finish, you'd much rather be in a position of Leonard Gates. Just needs to take his time here. No, 98 left. Treble 20 beds totally covered. You automatically think of that. But also, it's all about the setup play. I don't mind the 18s. I don't mind the bullseye here.
85.
And that's the problem we're going. You're trying to
Record
force your way through
170.
those first two darts.
well, Burgoyne isn't going to take out the fish. Gates 93 to establish his
60.
ascendancy at the
Leonard
top of this
require
group.
93.
Yeah, this is massive. Leonard Gates has the opportunity to go back to 4 points clear. 74 left. Like I said, this is where the part of he loses his rhythm on the finishing. He's definitely a better than he was 2 years ago. And it's double 16. Well, he gets there in the end. It's mission accomplished for Leonard Gates. It was a scrappy win, and Michael Burgoyne has been involved in 4-3 again. This time he's on the losing end, but for Leonard Gates, that is a big, big win in the end. Forget the averages. It's on the back of 109 average, so Leonard Gates will know that that's in the locker. Big 2 points. He goes 4 points clear, and it'll be a very disappointed Andreas Harrison up next. He's 2 wins out of 2, and he plays Connor Scott.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Leonard Gates beat Michael Burgoyne, and the last leg decided by 4 legs to 3. 4 threes have been the story of the day so far on Wednesday here in Portsmouth. And you get the sense that this is another game that could go the full 7 legs. Connor Scott against Andreas Harrison. 2 players pitched second and third as far as the group is concerned, and as far as the meetings between the pair this week have gone, well, it's been an interesting few battles between the two of them. Scott won yesterday 4-1, had a couple of ton-plus checkouts, 86-66 the average in that one. Harrison pinned the big fish in that particular match, and then when it came to Monday, Harrison averaged 94.47 and a 4-2 win over Scott. 4 from 7 on the finishing. Scott averaged 92. Didn't get any change from that particular fixture. So it seems like the two players' styles, even 96. Though they're not the world's most blazing players, they go at a real good pace. And that pace, I think, actually feeds into each other's games. There's no histrionics. There's no messing about. They just get on there and they go hell for leather at each other.
Yes, aesthetically pleasing on the eye when these two play each other. And Connor Scott can play a real big part in who's going to win this Group A. He's got Andreas Harrison, and his next game will be against Leonard Gates. So we'll know more. We're going to put the in-play table up throughout this game. We're going to see how Andreas gets on in this first leg, and we'll chat you through a few of the permutations and a few of the things guaranteed of who's going to be playing where come the rest of the week. So 92. I always think when it gets to Wednesday, we start thinking about the Groups B and Group C, and there's real potential winners of the week in them as well, Henry.
Well, you could probably make a case for everybody to go on and win the week. Lou Bevan, who's going to come into Group B, there's had a lot of good reports from in Wales. David Evans has come so close yet so far. David Davies is a player that continues to improve. It's a real tough week to win, and you may need inspired moments to win it. Scott looking for double 18 for 156 to start, and Harrison nodded his head in the background. I think he expected it to go.
Again, a bizarre angle on that double 18 was, I think, the issue there for Connor Scott.
98. Connie require 18.
Yeah, decisions to be made. Do you go direct on double 9? Of course you do. Big number for double 4. Could be his last chance.
Game shot on the first.
That's all he needs. Great start from Connor Scott. And I think the biggest cheer as that double 4 goes in will be from Leonard Gates. So we're going to have a little look at the in-play table.
Game on.
And as you see there, if Andreas Harrison loses this game, based on the fact that Connor Scott is leading this match 1-0, Leonard Gates was in a sensational position and only a win away from victory. That's the kind of position he's in. Connor Scott's a big game for him. He openly admits he wants to play in Group B. He's got a nice little gap there. But if he wins this game, he'd have 6 points clear of the remaining pack. And even at this very early stage of the day, we could be already guaranteeing who's in what position and what groups they'll be finishing off. Where has this been, Connor?
Welcome to the party, Connor Scott. We've been awaiting the RSVP to be returned.
85.
And a good start also from Harrison, just peppering the 100 average mark at the moment. Of course, very early.
This is catching fire now, does it?
And for Connor Scott, I think the mindset will be, well, at least I know my game is there. I expect him to be there on Saturday night. I expect him to be winning MODUS Super Series weekly events now. I expect him to be a professional player again.
7. Connie Buck 121.
Scott 121, and because of that uncharacteristic score from Harrison, he's got 6 59. To complete the job. And this would be for a break and for 2-0. And he'll put himself in a real good position. And more than that, Gates would be in full control. What's happened here? In the last 5 darts, he's had a single 1, single 1, single 5.
58.
Single 1, triple 1.
62.
Yeah, real strange one. Not that Connor was watching, just focusing on the job in hand. Double 16.
30.
That would have been for a 15 darter.
128.
Well, how ironic would it be if Andreas Harrison threw 5 darts worth of spanners and he took out the 128 with the next turn.
Yeah, great camera angle just to see, because a pair of us looked at each other there just to see if that second dart was in.
88.
Chance for Connor Scott. Away from that double top, different target area. Not his favourite double 16. Maybe it should be. Scott leads 2-0.
To be honest, Glenn, I don't think there has been a favourite target for Connor Scott this week. Such has been his woes since it's come to the doubling.
Connor to throw first. Game on.
So just a reminder, if Connor Scott wins this game, Leonard Gates' next match would be for automatic qualification. But also, we're beginning to look at even legs difference. Leonard Gates is in a fabulous position at the moment.
43.
That next game would be against Connor Scott. Connor could effectively be the kingmaker of the whole destiny of what's going to happen today. He can effectively seal it for Gates, and he can effectively seal his own spot.
100.
Basically, the Connor Scott games seem to be the important ones.
And I've just said all that.
Just re-emphasising the point.
Do you ever listen to me, Henry?
Oh, does it?
Partnership working here at the MODUS Super Series comms box.
40.
Where's Chris Murphy?
Luckily back tomorrow. Well, again, just look at the average there of Connor Scott. That was so much better than that.
Well, that's mainly because
81.
he had a good start to the last leg, just tailed off towards the end, and this leg, 43-1, 40-42, have been the scoring turns.
58.
I mean, I've given my assessment of the week to Connor Scott, Henry. Like I said, you've seen more than anybody of every player at the MODUS Super Series. What's been your thoughts? Have you been left disappointed?
I'm very hastened to say things like that in a Group A because it could be very easy for that to come back and bite you on the backside later on in the week.
36.
We've seen players go from one end to another in a Group A. And so sometimes it's not the world's best yardstick to judge if they do then make it through.
And maybe that's the advice the people around Connor Scott, because he's one of my favourite players, so it's difficult to me to try and criticise. It's going to be tops for a 3-0 lead.
Game shown the third.
That's what he's capable of doing. I want him here Saturday night. I want him here lifting big titles. I admire him very, very much. And like I said, I've been maybe surprised. But like I said, on the back of a long challenge tour last week, a back of a Players' Championships, has he come into this just under what 60. I call the John Henderson rule, where maybe just a little bit tired this week?
I think Connor's one of those players, particularly in our spheres and the side that we sit in as far as the sport's concerned, is
40.
Probably as well respected as any player, particularly here at the Super Series. And I know he's well respected by his peers.
58.
Yeah, like I said, the big winner in this game right now is Leonard Gates. Connor Scott gets over the line here. Dot the I's, cross the T's. Leonard Gates won't be too long before announced. He'll be there on Saturday night. A crowd favourite. But I haven't seen the brilliance. 59. We talked about someone like David Evans. Last time I was sat here, 14 wins out of 15 in that Group A campaign. Didn't win on the Saturday night. So absolutely agree. So if you're in the corner of Connor Scott, very reminiscent of what I was saying to Warby last night. That's done and dusted now, the Group A. All starts again tomorrow.
Kieran Tierney won 3 games in the whole of a Group A campaign, and he then went on to win the entirety of the week. Group A dictates absolutely now, apart from one spot through.
145.
Sets himself up on 125 to complete a 4-0 win within the space of 9 minutes. Harrison looking to tee himself up, but a dry turn means it is very much advantage Scott here. Bull 25 bulls, surely.
I tell you what, he's got away with a couple there. The 20 and the 15 sort of took that 74. Will feel inviting. Will he be back? Treble 18 needed for Harrison. It's the bullseye, just to save himself. 84. But again, way away from the target. The Rye smiled because he's left tops. But Connor Scott is going to have a dart for this match. Or should I say 2? Double 10. It's been one-way traffic.
54.
But just when it looked like
Race
Connor
of a
Scott
corner,
was
40.
turning a corner in the doubling stakes, he has missed 2 for the match there. Well, any great comeback needs to start from somewhere. But it's not going to start here for Harrison as Scott comes back.
It's just not happening for Andreas Harrison. And finally it has for Connor Scott. It's a big whitewash win. It's one-way traffic. I have to say it was a bit of a rout there for Connor Scott. And the biggest cheer of them all surely must come from Leonard Gates. He's now in a fabulous position to qualify. There's the stats. It looked a little bit better than those numbers for Connor Scott, but he'll be delighted with a 4-0 victory and a nice double 10 to seal victory as we move on to Mike Warburton. He's up next against Max de Jong. And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And what a big victory it was for Connor Scott in his previous game against the luckless Andreas Harrison. Andreas had to be perfect if he was going to qualify against Leonard Gates. And the big winner in that previous one is the big American, who will be up next. And he can confirm his place in Saturday night. But first of all, we've got Mike Warburton against Max de Jong for the 3rd time this week. Max de Jong, a debutant from Holland, part of the ADC Europe qualifiers, has shown real determination and fight as part of his real qualities.
First leg, it's Mike.
But it's been, in his own words, a very frustrating and disappointing Group A campaign for Mike Warburton. He'll be already eyeing his place in either Group B or Group C. And right now, Henry, it's pretty much confirmed now as Group C.
It looks like it.
60.
Well, the loser mathematically cannot make their way through. The winner will give themselves an outside chance, but you get the sense that Connor Scott is just beginning to build up ahead of steam.
Yeah, it would move Mike Warburton to 10 points or Max de Jong on 10 points. And with Connor Scott already on 14, the maximum they can get us to 14. So we're pretty much looking like a match that we'll be seeing again tomorrow afternoon in the Group C.
100.
It feels like even though nothing is mathematically confirmed and we can't put it down in red pen,
yeah,
it feels like everything now is done all bar the shouting.
Yeah, Have to agree with there, Hitch.
96.
And because Gates has such a prolific record, any Gates win, that's enough.
60.
That's good enough. It doesn't. Harrison's basically hoping that Connor Scott and Max de Jong can do him some major favours.
Yeah, I used to think that the players won't really understand what's going on. We've seen many players think, what, I've qualified, as they're getting interviewed afterwards, but you get some players, and I was fascinated to listen to Matthew Edgar, where he was saying to people, hey, Mike, you've got to win here. If you don't, you can't go into Group B. And he said he used to win games in the players area. I call it cheating, but that's Matthew Edgar. I'm going to add him. In fact, I would add him to my list of DR8. Done. Ticked.
Oh, so it's okay when you pop jibes at Matt, but when I do it, it's horrible, is it?
I was just stating facts.
So, you know when he did the bullseye challenge, was that cheating as well?
Well, he threw more than 3 darts, so he's a cheat.
Is that
fact?
Can he DRA that as well?
Right, I'll add him to my list. Thank you very much, Henry. Henry Grass. Snake in the grass, Henry Deacon.
60.
Disappointing there from Warburton. 6 starts at least here for Max de Jong from 157. Always starts low on these types of finishes. That ladder of success. Treble 20 needed. Not to be, but can leave this pretty.
97.
I just begin to get the sense now that maybe Warburton's just been hit by a haymaker too many. Because how many times has he played well this week and somebody's just found something more?
Yeah, it was an incredible performance, wasn't it, against Leonard Gates? And I read that probably the same as what you're saying there. Warburton said it's typical that he does that against me.
Game shot on the first.
Fair play to de Jong. Like I said, we've harped on an awful lot about that being his strength, but his doubles haven't been great today. And fair play to him. I've really enjoyed watching him. And my analysis says he would need to improve on his scoring power if he wants to start winning tournaments like this. But he's a player who's, he's played all his life, but the past couple of years he's put it on the back burner as he became a father. But was delighted to get through the qualification at the ADC, and I have a feeling he's enjoyed every second.
Big week of darts. The Euro Tour is back on Saturday. We head to Munich for that particular competition, where we'll be seeing referees in lederhosens. Yep, that's our favourite time of the year. On top of the finals here on Saturday night.
140.
So you like to see referees in lederhosen, do you? Because you had a massive grin on your face there.
Well, Owen Binks isn't refereeing 60. On Saturday. Now, that would have been a sight. We also hear there's some local competitions this Easter weekend.
Come on, you're dying to get it out.
140.
Yes, I'm in Frome this weekend.
Are you?
Yes, I'm going to have a weekend away with my wife. I wonder if there's anything going on there.
41. Max require 121.
1-2-1 de Jong for 2-0. And he has got time. Warburton hasn't really got out the starter's gate in this particular contest. De Jong, by contrast, averaging over a ton here. The best that he's played 52. So far this week.
Yeah, didn't need to go down to the treble 19 bed for that 1-2-1. Total control, and doesn't see it on the face of Mike Warburton right now, but yeah, just way off where we're expecting him to see.
69.
He'll guarantee himself a dart or a double. He will feel. Well, I don't like that. Boring does as speaks.
55.
You're in a fantastic position in this leg. You're searching for your first win of the day, and with 2 darts in your hand, you don't go for bullseye for there. But hey,
140.
You're talking to an old dart player here. I was going to say something else there.
Oh, Premier League champion, Glenn.
Well, part of me was thinking, I hope
10.
He learns a lesson here because he's thrown this leg away now. He should be 2-0 up. And this could be a harsh lesson. And it
Gauge
is.
on the second leg.
Max de Jong was in
Mike
control, and
Warburton.
you can see him now. What have I done? You made a mistake, Max. Please don't do that again.
So look, it's Mike to throw
Well,
first.
if
Game
that
on.
was golf, then it would have been a gimme and they would have moved on to the next hole. But in darts, you've got to pocket the winning double. Warburton did, and now he's looking to build up again.
140.
Yeah, and if I'm in the mindset of Mike Warburton, I'll be thinking, he's just awoken me. Why is he doing that? I think I say that realisation. Listen, if the bullseye goes in, we're all waxing lyrical about him.
85.
So shut your mouth, Durand, what people will be saying there, and just leave the young lad alone. All I'm doing is commenting on what I'm seeing.
That's what you're here to do, Glenn, and you do a very good job of it as well.
140.
That is the nicest 2.5 days we're in. That's your first nice thing you've said.
We're bonding in the box.
100.
Why are you putting Lederhausen on?
$100.
Yeah, roles reversal this time. Max way back in the 300s.
60.
And Mike
Mark your
Warburton
record,
at 1-2-1.
121.
May start in the bullseye, but he just loves to start anything on that treble 20 bed. For double 18. I
85.
feel everything's gone a little bit wrong from Max ever since that decision.
I know he didn't hit the double there, but I liked everything about the way Warburton approached it. It was so calm, so controlled, so measured.
81.
Yeah, that's a
Mark your
huge
record,
part of his,
36.
how he approaches every single dart.
And that may well be the telling difference in this game, because de Jong did have control of the game, but he couldn't find that
27.
calmness or measureness. But Warburton squanders opportunities to move himself in front.
Yeah, it was missed darted doubles yesterday, which left to frustrate him. And that's 5 missed darts now for Mike Warburton.
57. Mark your require.
Now,
9.
when your mind goes a bit of a mush, even at the big numbers, never the easiest, but that's clean and clinical. Just a little mess about with the darts there, which never helps, but
on the
that's smack
third,
bang in the middle of
Mike
double 4.
Warburton.
Warburton leads 2-1.
So we'll be halfway towards the
Fourth leg, it's Max to throw
finishing
first.
post.
Game on.
And a game that de Jong will feel like he should have had full control of. Don't forget, you can get in touch with us via our social media feeds. We're on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and we are
60.
at MSS Darts on that particular platform. And of course, don't forget to subscribe to the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel for plenty of goodies available on there, including some golf action for you.
100.
And we also got some other bonus content interview with Devon Peterson, and of course the Bullseye Challenges, which we do on a weekly basis here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And if you do
46.
subscribe, you've also got the opportunity to be a part of the chat room. Come and join us on the chat room. Get in touch.
140.
Yeah, not a pleasant read at the moment. No questions coming.
$100.
I must have preferred the amount of "We Love Henry" in the chat room. That was me only enjoyable moment. But it's great to see many people watching.
Was that because you wanted me sacked?
60.
I wouldn't want you sacked. But Warburton from absolutely nowhere has now taken full control of this one. And sorry to harp on, but it's all gone a little bit pear-shaped from Max ever since that 69 finish.
57.
Hit the big 19. We were looking at the big number, went direct for the bull. And I just think Warburton has taken total control.
60.
Warburton 141 for the break, and that one's
120.
spat out for
Mike
de
Record,
Jong.
141.
The 141 isn't going to go.
47. Match you require
There's
180.
Max got Warby's number.
Are you nicking my lines now?
$68.
Yeah, it was a
Match
frustrated
required
last time, but
94.
got away with it. And look what he's left. He could prove me wrong here if he goes with it with one dart. If he gets a chance, 76 needed for Warburton. Pretty old school. You don't often see him going double-doubles.
54.
This is
Match you
an
require
interesting
50.
way. What does he do? Does he go direct for the bull? That really does
Game
shut me
shot
up. Great
number
darts,
4,
Max de Jong.
Max
I've
de
harped on
Jong.
about all the mistakes you've done by going direct for that. And a little wave to me, I'm sure.
If he gets Mike to throw first, game on.
Oh, Dazza.
The only way to go.
However, there was an incident, wasn't there, yesterday,
60.
where yesterday in the game between Harrison and Warburton, you may remember it, right, where Harrison tried to do something similar for a 10-darter, and that just pricked up the ears of Michael Warburton somewhat. And by contrast, Kay Harrison won the game, but we saw a real incline of
100.
performance. Mike Warburton is a beast you do not want to awaken.
Old skill seat. I think that'd be the type of reaction I would give someone went with one dart for the bullseye. But look, it's just the modern way these young guys are playing now, and I've got to accept that. And like I said, I could have harped on and moaned on about that being the error, that 69 finish. But he's got back onto
40.
level terms now, and this game is definitely in the balance.
$100. $123.
Well, this game has totally flip-flopped from one to another. Max in total control. And Mike Warburton was looking like he was going to run away with proceedings.
140.
This game has just been so synonymous with this session where it's from one way or another, and when somebody's looking like they're going to threaten something and then doesn't quite materialise, it's been incredibly cagey, it has to be said.
100.
Warburton
Mike required
101
101.
for a red pen leg.
Yeah, we've talked an awful lot about the types of practice that they do backstage before they go on there. This is the type of example that they do. And when it comes in a
Game
match
shot
like
the
that, you think
fifth,
all them hours of practicing
Mike
that type of
Warburton.
finish comes to fruition. Warburton looked an angry individual as he threw his first dart in that last leg after
Game.
Max de Jong hit that bullseye with a one dart. Looking very philosophical, just looking around there, but he's now got total control of this game.
3 from 7 when it comes to the finishing. That's been a
85.
strong suit. Averaging 82.76 here. Gates v Scott follows this. Just a reminder, Gates with
60.
any win from here on in will secure his passage safely through to Saturday evening's final.
Yeah, your assessment of Max de Jong yesterday, you used the word streaky. And at the moment, a defeat here would mean it 5 losses on the spin for the Dutchman.
I think, considering that we didn't write him in Michael off, not by the longest stretch, but we knew that it'd be a task for the pair. I think
60.
he'll be happy enough with, I suppose, as you say, patches of this week so far. I think there's bits that he can draw upon, but I think he knows if he wants to make it through to Saturday night, then the level of performance is going to have to incline. I mean, he's entering a Group C from the gods,
100.
really, isn't he? When you think about the names that are going to potentially drop down into it. Warburton, you got Cole, Coleman, Ritchie, Burgoyne.
Yeah, I see it slightly different. I
41.
think Max has been involved in a couple of gruelers, which he's often come out on top of them ones. But his highest average of the week so far has been about 85, and that dart's been too frequent for me. That lateral drift into the fire, that needs
81.
correcting. And I haven't seen that real scoring power from the Dutchman, really. Like I said, if a match is a fight like this one is, he's very, very good at winning those games. But yeah,
140.
I just see the fact he does not go at Group C thinking that he's going to rely on winning scraps.
But also as well, you think about some of the players that are in there, Cole, Coleman. We've seen in the past that they can flare up when they need to, and I just wonder whether Max has got that staying power in those types of scenarios.
Like I said, he may prove us all wrong. Just like he's proven us wrong here. Once again, he's going to be involved in
60.
another 4-3 the way things are going.
80.
Went directly for tops. And he's going to head back there at the end of the visit. And that
40.
first start, the way it sat down, wasn't a bad
require
marker for him, but
140.
this would be a rip-roaring way to win the match. Not to be.
$60. Max, you require 40.
To take us all the way.
Game shot on the sixth flag. Max de Jong.
Sometimes you sit in this chair and you're thinking, I'm just repeating the same
Seventh
things.
and final leg, it's Mike to throw
However,
first.
very
Game
commendable. When Max de Jong has 3 darts in his hand, he doesn't often look like missing.
We've gone to the 2 extremes today. There's only been 2 scorelines in play. 4-3 and 4-0. There's been nothing in the middle. Each of the first 4 games went 4-3. Then we had a couple of 4-0s. 4-3 Gates Burgoyne, 4-0 Scott Harrison. And this one is going to be 4-3, sorry. But to who?
100.
Do you want to say that again, Henry?
$60.
No reward there, Mike. And chance here for Max. 100 behind. Like I say, he's on this losing run at the moment, Max. You want to put that one to bed, because usually when he bags a win, he usually follows it up with a couple after that.
140.
And that's a beautiful response there.
$60.
So advantage again to de Jong against the darts. Well, this would be kind of typical of a game that he's won this week, where it has been a real battle and a real grind, and he finds a way of just clawing his way over the victory post.
Yeah, just when he had control, that lateral drift into the small 5. You don't often see that from Warburton. Like I said, he's so incredibly consistent. That last dart just keeps his head above the parapet. Chance here for de Jong, though, to leave this very, very handy.
How he would crave a 140 about now.
Great start. Well, he craved it, and he got it. Wonderful setup play. And we know what he's like when he needs a double with 3 darts in his hand. You felt that 160 had to go. He's going to leave it pretty. And this match has gone right down to the wire.
But de Jong has left tops after 12. And he pins it first dart. And look at the roar. Look at the roar on the face of Max de Jong. I don't think Mike Warburton was best pleased about it. But that was a win that meant a lot to Max de Jong. 4-3 in a real battle against Warburton. That the tail of the tape. De Jong a 4-3 winner against Mike Warburton. We're off for a break. Me and Glenn are going next door. We'll see you on the other side.
Hello, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are halfway through the action here on Wednesday at the Live Lounge. This is what we've seen up to press. Well, the first few games going 4-3 with the player throwing first, Harrison beating Gates by that particular scoreline. But then there was a couple of twists and a couple of turns, and it sees Leonard Gates, the man who takes the prerogative at the top of the league standings. So Glenn Doan alongside me up here in the studio to talk all about it. But it could have been so different when Andreas Harrison got the better of Leonard right at the very start.
Well, Andreas Harrison's had his chances, so he can't bemoan anything apart from the fact it's been in his hands. And like I said, it was a big game between the pair, and that 160 was just absolutely beautiful. Flashes of brilliance from Leonard Gates, and then did he hit the collie wobbles round about now. And this is a major winner. He's been the in-play of the World Seniors now for a while. Had so many chances in this game, and Andreas was nowhere near his best. Well, pings that double top there for victory, and I was beginning to think, is it going to be a totally different story now? However, it didn't pan out that way, and once again, it's all in the hands of Leonard Gates.
It most certainly is, and Leonard Gates then responded with 109 average to beat Mike Warburton, a statement which really was sent out to the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's been beautiful to watch, and that was reminiscent of what we saw on Monday. I mean, we just saw all 6 players play really nicely, and to be honest with you, since then it's been pretty poor, but 109 finish, 161, hit right smack bang in the bullseye. No consideration of laying up. It was a stunning performance from the American there, and a real joy to watch.
Just quickly, what's been your assessment of Andreas Harrison? Because it's kind of felt a little bit of a carry-on from yesterday.
I know, I try not to sit on the fence, but I honestly don't know, because on Monday he just looked fantastic, and it's gone from the sublime to the ridiculous. His power scoring's gone, and like you said, he's had opportunities throughout, and that 4-0 defeat to Connor Scott pretty much put pay to his chance of winning Group A. He's difficult to read, it's hard to understand what he'd be thinking, but yeah, it sort of all went wrong yesterday afternoon.
Gates is in action behind us. He's warming up to take on Connor Scott. Win and he's in, but Connor's already made pay to, it seems, Andreas Harrison's hopes. He could make Gates possibly hang on a bit longer, or maybe begin to scupper him somewhat.
Yeah, Gates a bit of a think about. I really fancy him in his final game, so didn't have to put all his eggs in one basket against Connor Scott, who could produce an incredible game at any time. So I don't think any panic here for Leonard Gates. If he wins it here, great. I really fancy him to win his final game, though.
It's going to be intriguing to see. Right, game 10 of our session sees Leonard Gates in action up against Connor Scott. Victory for Gates will see him into the final and an opportunity to make his way through to Champions Week. He's daring to dream, and you can dare to dream too here at the Super Series. A collaboration with the amateur dart circuit has seen more players than ever before get the opportunity to play on this stage. Whether you're a new up-and-coming player that maybe just wants to chance their arm at local competitions, you could be a part of the Vault events and maybe build your way up. Maybe just do you want to enjoy your darts, or you want to take it serious and play here. The ADC has got the answer for you, and this is how you can play.
Ball 1, Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and ball 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
And a big weekend as far as the amateur dart circuit is concerned. The first Championship Tour weekend takes place in Middlesbrough. We'll update you on the progress of that here at the Super Series during next week's coverage. But a big game incoming now, because Leonard Gates could seal progression through to Saturday's final if he can get the better of Connor Scott. Now, both players are warming up behind us in the during our build-up to this particular encounter. And both players look very relaxed when you consider the magnitude of the game. Connor Scott with a couple of waves up to the studio. He looks very relaxed. And I think it was quite interesting just to read into that body language a little bit, because it could have been so easy for him to not feel that way.
Yeah, it's good to see. I think I mentioned it in Connor Scott's last game that I was pleased to see that he still had the fight in the belly.
96.
He was chatting away to himself like many dart players do. So it's not like he's treating today that, you know, I'm going to start my Group B campaign tomorrow. He's putting every effort in and played an incredible role in probably the outcome of this match with that win over Andreas Harrison. And part of me is thinking if he can go away thinking, well, during that mid-match
123.
on Wednesday when I played the two top dogs in Leonard Gates and Andreas Harrison and beat them both, if I can get through my qualification, then come Saturday night,
45.
I'll produce that darts again. And that's how I read the situation.
And how many times do we sit in the commentary box and say this, Glenn? When you move into Group B and Group C, it's a new competition altogether. What happens in Group A is a complete utter irrelevance because for either players, no matter what the group you're in, haven't played a dart or haven't thrown a dart.
142.
And so they've got no form or any reason to be negative. But this is a real positive start. Ball to leave double 16 for 142 to kick start.
Well, we've got an example here where one player started off very nicely. And as Henry alluded to, they had a long time on this stage as we had a chat on in the studio.
No score.
Wow.
Leonard, you require 130.
How did they miss? No reaction from Connor Scott, but that must have left him frustrated. Don't think it's really typical of this man. It's not to be. Chance that I don't think Scott will make a mistake. It's been 4 missed darts at a double to win this leg so far. Make that 5.
This has been the Achilles heel, but Scott gets over the line, leads 1-0 with a break, and Gates may be made to wait a little bit longer after all. He looks up to the skies, he looks up to the heavens, and he may well climb to the top step of this group in the not too distant future.
Well, it's been a demolition job so far for Leonard Gates over Connor Scott. They've played each other twice. It's been a 4-0 victory for the American and a 4-1 victory. And that 4-0 victory was the opening match of this Group A campaign. 98.56 average. And despite the fact that he's probably going to win this match and win this group, I still think the best is to come from Leonard Gates, and maybe just 2 days away from our darts could be a good thing for Leonard.
84.
Because it's hard, and you know, because you've been on the grueling schedule that the tour provides, that when you play day in, day out, you just... not so much the physical energy. Yes, that does play a part, but it's the mental energy, isn't it? You're never off it.
I think that's more than physical these days. I was just sort of, obviously, I'm
93.
thinking about Mike Warburton, and he's obviously very frustrating. The days can become so long, you're just itching for it to come round again. So, and that's why I think the people like Neil Duff are doing so well now. They've mastered how to deal with the MODUS Super Series. He doesn't panic when he has a bad opening Monday. You know, he bounces back from his Group A campaign, gets to Saturday night, and Scott Taylor can do no wrong. Neil Duff wins it, and I think there's an awful lot to say about that. He's going to have a dart for 2-0.
58.
Well, he demolished Andreas Harrison 4-0. And he was a dart away there from a 2-0 lead here.
Would it perhaps sum up Connor Scott's week that after all the troubles and the woes, that he could end up beating the top 2 players in the group conceivably by 4-0?
Yeah, like I say, he's got Mike Warburton in his final game as well. And I guess he can go back and say, right, that Group A campaign was not where I expected it to be. However, in my final 3 games,
Game on.
I could beat the 3 top players. Like I said, he had that disappointing defeat against Michael Burgoyne early doors, and I did have my worries for Connor Scott. Nice to see that from Leonard Gates, just taking what will feel like an age, with just 3 or 4 seconds, just to gather his thoughts again.
180.
And for me, that's the reason of that outcome. But here comes Scott.
180.
Oh, both players here. I want a 9. Well, Lenny isn't anymore.
42.
Please don't say anything here, Henry. Not a word. Now you can talk. But joking aside, Henry,
57.
if Connor Scott wins this game, he knows then he'll be in Group B, and look, you know more than anybody, the difference between in that Group B, and I think even more so this week, because picking 2 from Group C right now, arguably you want to be sometimes in Group C because you look, the quality of the players aren't there. And I think me and you have said off camera that Group C looks as tidy as you've ever seen.
I think you just picked 2 balls out of a hat. Gates 1-4-4 to Gates first on the board. He's going to have 6 to complete this third leg. The winner gets what they want. Gates would get through, Scott would get beat. That's the simple equation that this game has.
97. Leonard, you require 44.
Yeah, it's that incredible scenario. By 3/4 of the way through, we could know exactly the position of every single player in Group A.
28. Connie require 109.
Like I said, that 4-0 victory over Harrison. If he hits treble 19 here, he's got a dart at double 16 to lead this match 3-0. 7 legs on the spin here for Connor Scott against the 2 real big hitters. I wonder if part of him's thinking, where was this on Monday? Where was this on Tuesday? Even today didn't start great. He's got to go with a mentality that, look, I've played the best and I've beat the best today, so come Saturday night, that's going to happen again. But great to see, Connor.
However, we called Connor Scott a student of the game, and being part of that would be researching what's happened before. And I wonder whether he would have read a little bit into what Neil Duff's been saying last week about the way you play yourself into the competition.
60.
And whether maybe he will look into that kind of psyche going forward for the rest of the week. Because he is building up now. Boy, is he building up. He's averaging just under 97.
Yeah, and what a difference between them 3 darts. He played the piano with the first, and the next 2 were absolutely perfect. I just think he needs to give about 0.5 seconds on that pre-throw routine, because look at that. How can you miss? How can you miss?
139.
He's just looked a little rushed at times, and basically throwing that dart while he's still feathering it.
His scoring in this game has been absolutely immaculate. He's left himself on 88 after 9 to complete the match in stunning style. And he is going to return for tops after 12. He's averaged 96.5, and that's despite missing 7 darts at a double in this contest. And this would confirm his passage through to Group B, and he would keep Leonard Gates hanging on just that little bit longer. What a performance from Connor Scott. He has been brimming for something big, and he has found something big over the last couple of games. He beats Leonard Gates by 4-0. That confirms his passage into Group B. That the tail of the tape, 96-97 the average, and he wipes Leonard Gates aside in 7.5 minutes. Scott 4, Gates 0, De Jong Burgoyne up next.
And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series as we come to the conclusion here on day 3 of a fascinating Group A. And one thing we do know already is that Connor Scott will be in Group B starting tomorrow night. And that's down to the fact he's really put 2 fantastic performances together to beat the top 2 and Andreas Harrison 4-0 and Leonard Gates 4-0. So Connor Scott maybe just a little bit too much, too little at the end, but at least he knows inside that the game is there and he'll be well delighted. It's 2 players on debut in the next game. Michael Burgoyne, who's at the hockey right now, who had a dreadful first day, but has really bounced back since then. I've really enjoyed seeing his progress. He was beaten heavily by his opponent, Max de Jong, in the opening day, but Michael Burgoyne, yesterday afternoon, round about now, started picking up the necessary wins, and that win was against Max de Jong, but Max is on the back of a win over Mike Warburton. And what a celebration that was, Henry, when he hit that winning double against Warby.
Well, we had absolutely no inkling or any sign whatsoever that that was actually a part of the Max de Jong weaponry.
140.
What did you make of that? Because it did feel rather weird.
I didn't know if they were winding each other backstage, and yeah, it just seemed like there was more. You know, there was more in it there. Maybe it was just bragging rights backstage, and the fact that they will be playing each other in the head-to-head. Obviously, Max will lead that now, and they will be playing each other in the Group C starting tomorrow afternoon. The 3 Group C will see a return of these 2. Like I said, they will play each other 5 times this week, 3 times in Group A, and they'll play each other twice in Group C as well. So maybe the importance of knowing he's going to be playing Mike again tomorrow, just a little reminder that Max is the top dog.
47.
I am the daddy. Well, this a
133.
great setup from Burgoyne. Leaves himself on the fish against the throw.
And your assessment on Burgoyne, and they say from that disappointing first day, we've got to be impressed the way he's bounced back.
He's mixed it. He really has mixed it, and
56.
at times could feel unlucky, but you may just get the sense that if he harbours qualification ambitions, he may just have to go up another notch. But he may reel in the fish.
145.
Not quite to be on this occasion.
Yeah, seen that twice already. We've only seen the 160 today as well from Leonard Gates. And there's that drift into the small 5. Not for the first time, Max.
81. Mark, required.
So it allows Burgoyne to mop out the first leg against the darts. Double 12, the destined target. Double 6 now. Pinned. 1-0 Burgoyne. Break of throw in 15.
Burgoyne.
Yeah, nods of head in the country box as well. Like I said, Michael Burgoyne is.
So it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
He's competitive now, isn't he? I think that's probably the word I'm looking for. On the first day, I thought this is going to be a tough week for him. But now he's competitive. Now he's got that expectation of winning games as well.
Not to be onomatopoeic with you, Glenn, but Burgoyne has bounced back.
Just trying to work that one out. Onomatopoeia. Any help in the production for me? Because I'm struggling.
It's a word that sounds
I know
like
what
something.
it is. I'm an egghead. I've been Kevin off eggheads. Don't insult me.
Where's HR when you need it?
Yes, I'm on the phone to them later. Perfect dart. And I think the reaction from him in that second dart. We've spoken an awful lot this week, and not only are these guys wanting to hit treble 20, but there's even certain parts now where they're just expecting. But yeah, we're going to get a camera reel on that dart, Max. You need to look at that.
70.
At the reasons why. Is he turning his elbow? Is he just not having that full extension of the arm? But I would really look at the reasons behind that dart going into the small 5. It's happened too many times for him.
Well, the Burger Army are watching in full force this afternoon, as they have done all week. And they'll be really pleased with the performance that Burgoyne has put in here. 142 for a 2-0 lead. Not going to be done this time. They would have been for back-to-back 15 dart legs. That would have meant that his average would have been 100.2.
46. Matchup require 154.
Yes, I'm getting no messages off Clyde now from the Burger Army. That's one positive since Monday.
Clyde, do drop me a DM.
Inbox me, hun.
94. Michael, you require
XOXO.
96.
It could be KO to this leg.
I think he'll go double-double with a lie there. Right decision. Michael, just execution, not to meet. But leave yourself at least a 2-darter.
80.
Well, 1 darter's even better.
60.
This is a tricky finish, as we know. He's been really adept at this type of finish as Max. However, with the fact he's 1-0 behind, doesn't need to move. And that camera angle just shows you there. Could he sit here on top? Big dart. Double 10.
40. Michael, you require 16.
So, for a 2-0 lead, Burgoyne, double 8. Over for double 4. He's toiling down to 2s.
12. Max, you require 20.
For 1-1. And we know what De Jong is like in terms of scrapping and battling in matches. Can he just nudge it across?
Game shot.
Nudge it across, he can. It's
Max
a break
De Jong.
back. Level yard 1-1. This has got the makings of a game that could go very, very deep.
So like it's Max to throw first. Game on. $85. 58.
Darts have been a bit creaky, ain't they, Glenn?
A bit like your chair.
No. The squeaks aren't the chair. That's just my voice.
60.
Yeah, where's Patrick Poppington today? Must be the European tour.
96.
Yeah. Michael Burgoyne, the ADC qualifier. I mentioned those tournaments take place a week. So big names taking part in that.
46.
Andy Bolton, Bradley Brooks, Matt Clark, Reece Colley in action, Dave Coulson we've seen here
60.
at the Super Series, Joe Croft.
I don't think it's the same Dave Coulson. Dave Coulson is a bit of a Middlesbrough legend.
Neil Duff is in action, the former WDF World Champion Nick Forwell. Mark Frost, the man with the greatest nickname in the sport.
97.
Ryan Hogarth in action. Peter Jakes, a terror. He's won a week here before at the
60.
Super Series. Jamie Kenning, former weekly winner. Daniel Lee, who I'm surprised we haven't actually seen again. Owen Maiden, good player. Jim McEwen, former champ, of course, here at the
68.
Super Series. Adam Mould, former weekly winner here. Colin Osborne. I suppose that's not a surprise, is it? Richie Parkin, your mate from similar neck of the woods. Dave Prinz.
Apologies, everyone, while he reads everybody's name out, but great darts there from Burgoyne. A lovely setup play. Max de Jong was in control of this leg. But absolutely fabulous to hear those names coming to Middlesbrough. The setup, the venue.
59.
Everything's absolutely perfect. I'm just a little bit gutted I won't be there, if truth be told. But a chance here for Burgoyne. It could be the bullseye. Look at the 18-7. It is the bullseye.
41.
Well, Burgoyne's opportunity to that kind of finish
86.
comes and goes. What can de Jong do with the 86? He may well end up on the bullseye. He may end up on the bull. And he's going to get a dart of the bull. And the middle of the diddle solves the riddle for Max de Jong.
Trying to read some more names out, Henry.
It's Michael to
Great to hear some of their real MODUS Super Series, but people like Jamie Kellen was the one that stood out as you said his name, because that's a long old journey down to Middlesbrough now. But a lot of these amateur players are focusing so much on the ADC qualification.
85.
Some exciting initiatives going on for the top qualifiers as well. And like I said, they won't be disappointed if they're going for the first time. Like I said, the venue is fabulous and the setup, Henry, it's as professional as you want to see.
It's second to none. That's why the likes of James Richardson's going to join the mix amongst many, many others. This is how Burgoyne's darts go in the board.
99.
Very flat dart is Max de Jong. Like I said, you'll see with that dart there. So what you're given the opportunity, there's a lot of dart players, when they land the dart there, will then often go down to the treble 20. However, the fact he's sitting so flat, very reminiscent of sort of Andreas Harrison as well. You would expect Michael Burgoyne to go downstairs when he goes under the treble 20. He does.
97.
So you've read all them names out, Henry. Now pick a winner.
But there's still more. Gary Stone, the defending champion of this. Scott Taylor. You've got
41.
Joe Usher, son of Graham Usher. You've got Jack Vincent in action.
Did you say Gary Stone was the champion?
No, Scott Taylor, the defending champion.
Wow. Was he there as well? Yeah.
And the good news with Dave Prince playing there is if you do go out, at least he'll give you the name of a decent taxi firm on his shirt.
60. Michael, you require 120.
Yeah, just a little bit far, County Durham to Middlesbrough. Chance here for Burgoyne to get it to 2-2. Beautiful dart. Down to the 17s bed, Michael. Love the fact I see the sharp and take a breath there. Just
80.
Sort that breathing out so the adrenaline's not taking over that dart, so you get the flyers. And Max de Jong way back on 240. You felt it was going to go the distance, this one. And there's that small 5.
44.
Chance
Michael,
for
you
Burgoyne.
require 40.
For parity, Desmond.
Boing, boing, Michael Burgoyne.
Michael Burgoyne.
Which football club is Boing Boing, isn't it? West.
The Baggies, West Brom.
First.
However, that's
Game
actually
on.
kind of incorrect because they say that they're the team with the most promotions and relegations of the top flight. But that record actually belongs to Birmingham City. They've had the most promotions and relegations from the first to second division.
Now, I wouldn't have said that. If we were asked a question in a quiz, I don't see
85.
Birmingham as being that your club. So it must have been many years ago type thing.
I can't remember off the top of my head. I'll have a look now. I think it's 17 times they've been promoted and relegated from the top flight.
No, you don't need looks.
60.
I'm not interested. Trying to have a club, I'm thinking. Norwich, Leeds,
Fulham.
Fulham, good shout.
95.
Well, in the Premier League era, Middlesbrough have the second most amount
190.
if you count from 1992 onwards.
Biggest club in the world, that's why.
West Brom and Norwich are joint with 5 promotions to the Premier League since the inception in 1992.
55.
Do you want some Teesside slang then, all those dart players?
Oh, please do.
So when you get in a
58.
taxi and he says that's 17 quid, you've got to say, you're joking, aren't you? All one word. You're joking, aren't you?
You're joking, aren't you?
You don't need to talk Indian. Just say it again, but this time just say it in a...
You're joking, aren't you?
That's it. And then you think, he's a local. I'll only charge him 17 quid.
44.
So when you're 3-3, you say to yourself, away, lad.
Away,
60.
lad.
There you go, Henry. That posh Eton school that you went to, that your mum and dad funded for you. You're now a proper Teessider. And every sentence finished with a word like. So I'll have a pizza
58.
like.
Away, I'll have a pizza like.
No, that's Newcastle. If you say that, you won't get out of Middlesbrough.
And before too long, I could win a Premier League, win 3 Lakeside titles, and sit at the commentary box in the MODUS Super Series.
58. Max, you require 164.
Nothing to separate these two. We've seen some special finishes. The 170 also from Max de Jong. It's 100 left.
84.
Super darts. He leaves himself a
Michael, you
2-darter.
146.
And the Burger Boy needs something special. Like I said, no reaction there. Well,
40.
yeah, he'd be disappointed with that.
Match
To
required,
show his disappointment,
80.
Michael, which I'm a fan of.
What can De Jong do with this 80? Went for tops. That went wide into the left corner. And it's only going to be one dart.
60.
And that drags low. There wasn't really much courage or
Michael, you
conviction with that
require
particular attempt, it
106.
has to be said. It feels like a game between two players that kind of know that their fate is sealed. 86 left, so treble 18 for double 16 for the breaker throw and a 3-2 lead. Well, that could just be the ignition lit for Michael Burgoyne. He could bounce back Burgoyne with that particular finish. He leads 3-2 with a break.
It's Michael to throw first. Game on.
So, Burgoyne with the darts. That's his first ton top of the day. Yesterday,
54.
had just a solitary check of 118 in terms of the ton plus bracket.
I think it was just the timing as well. Max was sat pretty. What a beautiful finisher, Michael. Like I said, this is a game
41.
that'll be played tomorrow afternoon as well, so it could be bragging rights here for Burgoyne. I've just been Googling there. How do you light an ignition?
59.
How do you light ignition, Glenn? We're waiting with bated
95.
breath.
It's all
42.
gone just a little bit quiet here for both players. You can see exactly what Burgoyne thinks of that response. Fabulous last dart. Just gives him the ascendancy in this leg. Remember, it's on Burgoyne's throat. So if Max can break, he would become favourite for the
59.
match. And scores a 54, 59, 42, 59 here for Burgoyne when he's trying to serve out for the match. And now Max is fine. He should move from there. He does.
98.
Leaves himself a 167. Couple of trebles needed for Burgoyne.
It's just beginning to get a little bit attritional, isn't it, this particular encounter?
59.
De Jong,
Match of required
167, and he has got
167.
6 from here to send us to yet another last leg decider. Reminder, the scorelines today have either been 4-0 or 4-3. There's been no separating those two imposters. And it looks like we are going to be heading there again. I reckon the last 5 games will all finish 4-3, Glenn.
Yeah, you made Michael Burgoyne stop there.
58.
Have a little think. He's left the big
Match
fish.
of required 28.
Will he get a chance to see out the game with that? Max de Jong, as we've mentioned so many times, loves a scrap. However, this can get awkward if he misses the big number. He has to be aggressive now.
14. Michael, you require
Burgoyne had a
170.
wry smile on his face as he left that 170. Just give me a chance. When you've got your chance, Michael, not to beat.
And so, De Jong to take us the distance
100.
once again.
Match of require 14.
Well, it's been the common trend today. Tight, tense, tungsten jewels that
No
tend
score.
to go all the way, but maybe
Michael,
not this one. It
required
could buck the
70.
trend.
Yeah, the real narrative for Michael Burgoyne is he wasn't getting opportunities. People were hitting those types of finishes for a day and a half, but he's got a chance for the match.
50. Match you require 14.
Well, the game goes on. And on. Double 2. Oh,
No
he's
score.
bust it!
The lesser spot, a double 17
Michael,
at the
required
worst
20.
possible time for Max de Jong. It has felt like the pace has been really slow, which is more suited Burgoyne. This is for the match, remember, and he gets over that winning line once again. Does Michael Burgoyne? No roar of celebration this time for Max de Jong. He'll be left a little bit deflated with that defeat. But boy, have I enjoyed the response from Michael Burgoyne from a very, very difficult day one. Friendships are made in there. They won't want to remember that game. There was nothing spectacular. However, Michael Burgoyne is learning to win games on that stage, and that'll hold him in good stead for his Group C campaign. Next up, it's Andreas Harrison against Mike Warburton.
So, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. For the break, Michael Burgoyne got the better of Max de Jong by 4 legs to 2. And so next up for us, Andreas Harrison and Mike Warburton. These two are going to be treading different paths towards the culmination of this week. Harrison will be heading into at least B. As for Warburton, he will be heading into C. A Warburton win will confirm, then negates into the final on Saturday. Win for Harrison just keeps him in the mix. Okay, refereed by Owen Binks. Glenn Dower, what does he think about this particular matchup?
Well, I've just seen Owen as he went onto the stage here, once again doing an exceptional job. I think it's a great sign for a referee that you don't actually see them in action. And once again, he's a little fist pump there for the players as well.
Game on.
But for Andreas Harrison, it's now or never.
He is effectively knockout
60.
darts. Lose, you don't go home, but lose, you've got to play another couple of days.
Yeah, Mike Warburton openly admitted he didn't particularly want to top Group A. He doesn't particularly like the couple of days off and what to do with himself. But I think also he won't like the fact that he sat second bottom because, of course, he's so much better than our proven winner here. But something I go back to saying, you still feel like Mike Warburton will get through that very, very tough Group C and the people in the corner of Mike Warburton, they're the kind of messages that he'll need to be, to be told. You want to keep the positivity around yourself. I think his scoring looks fine, but of course it's always going to be with that. The setup that he's got there. He'll just have to work on himself, his belief, and certainly get them doubles tightened up.
But I also believe as well that Mike's the type of player that, because he's so vastly experienced here, that he'll be able to kind of flick that switch anyway, that he knows that it's irrelevant what's happening in Group A, that you can go into Group C. It's a completely different ball game. Everybody's on 0 points to begin with, and you can change that mentality very quickly. And by changing that mentality, you can change your fortunes quite quickly. Because the way he's played, he hasn't played bad. You look at the numbers that he's punched in the last 2.5 days. They haven't been bad, but they've just been surpassable.
He's just not getting the wins, though, is he? I mean, the defeat there to Max de Jong was just sort of typical of how the week's gone so far. He's been the better player throughout. And again, he doesn't often show much emotion there, but scores of 58, 41 and 24s give this man a chance to create an early lead.
He will always go for shots if they're on, and he went for the bullseye there. We'll come back to take a 1-0 lead. It's been fairly comfortable stuff for Harrison. Now, we should mention that at the end of Mike's last game against Max de Jong let out a very vast roar following that particular match. I wonder if that's just unsettled Mike a little bit as Harrison goes for these 8-8.
9.
I mean, you've played the likes of Gerwin Price and Michael Van Gerwen on some of the biggest stages. You've beaten them players on the biggest of stages as Harrison looks for this 8-8. He just nudge it through. No, he can't. Warburton back for the 1-1-4.
Well, this would be the steal of the century, you have to say. I think Mike was already planning for at least 9 darts of the next leg.
Well, Harrison will come back for the 4-4. It's a leg that he should have wrapped up a little while ago. But it's one that's in the leisure now. Well, you've played the likes of Price. You've played the likes of Van Gerwen on the biggest stages in the sport. And they're not one to shy away from letting you know how they feel about their game and their performance. What's it like for the player in the background that finds himself on the receiving end of those types of celebrations?
I used to see it as a bit of a compliment. If they were up against someone of real less quality, you probably wouldn't see the screen. But you've got to remember, Gerwin Price and Michael Van Gerwen, they're not the same player if they don't have that intensity in the game. And it's part and parcel now. Originally, when Michael came on the scene and was screaming and shouting, you could see the responses, even for people like Phil Taylor, because we hadn't really seen players so aggressive now.
81.
But Gerwin Price, quite simply, I had never had a diddly squat, one problem at all with anyone shouting and screaming.
Well, you make the parallel to tennis where back in there was a time and a place where when you had the big three, the big four, you had Federer, Nadal, Djokovic, Murray. Federer, Nadal and Murray, they may have let off a bit of a celebration more on the game, but during the match they maybe didn't let so much by way of celebration. But Novak Djokovic was a bit different, wasn't he, where he would let those emotions out as the game went along. And originally when he was starting to burst through on the scene, a lot of people saw that as disrespectful, but then as time's gone along, it's kind of been accepted what he did. And actually, you watch players like Alcaraz, you watch players like Tsitsipas and Yannick Sinner, they all kind of do something similar.
Yeah, and it's an entertainment sport now. It's an entertainment game that we're providing here. 59. And the crowd want to see that. They want to see personalities. Well, they want to see a 120 finish. Has that crept in?
100.
It certainly had. We were shaking our head there, thinking it wasn't in. Big ask here for Warby. It's not happening once again for Warby.
95.
2-0 in the break. Even a double after 12. Having had a double with his 12 dart. Well, the scoring in the last leg was great, and then Harrison toiled towards the line. Gets over it this time, having had another 4 at a double. Harrison leads 2-0. Mike Warburton just looks like a man that just wants to get into tomorrow now and have a fresh start.
Yeah, spot on, Henry. That's the way I'm reading it also. I was asking him about Andreas. I was asking him about Leonard, and yeah, real
81.
good characters. He was saying it's been a good practice room. Like I say, friendships are made at the MODUS Super Series, but when you get up there, it's absolute business.
100.
But I have to say, Henry, opening day I left here on a real high. I mean, genuinely one of the best sessions. But I thought yesterday was disappointing. And I think today's flatter to deceive as well. It's not the Group A I thought it was going to be after day one.
Well, the good news for you, Glenn, is you will be leaving on a high because you realise that Chris Murphy's going to be sitting in this chair tomorrow.
Yes, that's one bonus. I must admit, I'd have to listen to your drivel for another couple of days. Bringing the pros for the back end of the week. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, me and Scott are doing Saturday night.
59.
I just don't know how you'll get the work, though. That's the only thing that confuses me. But joking aside, it's going to be a fantastic Saturday night. I will try and watch on because I want to be here. I want to, you see that first dart thrown
100.
on Monday morning by Connor Scott, and you want that final dart to be seen as well. So will it be this man picking up that title come Saturday night?
140.
I won't forget that 117 average. But what's baffled me since then is the way it's all sort of dried up a little bit.
We've had weeks, though, like this before where you've got so many good players and the group stages in terms of the qualification days could be so cagey. But then when it comes to Saturday, they're big piranhas in the tank that flick a switch and know that when it's on the line, they eke it out.
Yeah, it's a big prize. There's the offer of the Champions Week place, and also there's a crowd as well. And when you put them three in the mixing bowl,
60.
it's all the ingredients, and that's why the Saturday nights at the MODUS Super Series are so good, so exciting. A chance for Harrison for a big 3-0 lead.
Tops. 3-0. This time, no messing around for Harrison.
And once again, Warburton might be thinking, it's always against me. But when he looks at the averages, Andreas is down on his average, just shy of 82. Not what Warburton's used to, this.
43.
If you're a player that's coming into the Thursday, Friday session, I know this is dangerous thinking to suggest something of this kind of ilk, but are you looking at what's happened the last couple of days and maybe rubbing your hands together a little bit?
I think I would have done if I was new to the MODUS Super Series. I'd have looked at Group A and thought, wow, glad I'm not involved in that. But then I think I'd have watched 96. It and think, well, they're not doing anything I can't do. And we're excited about the 6 new players coming in. And, it's... I still, like I said, as I said at the beginning, I still think the best 60. Is to come. And I think it'll be a fantastic finale. And the 6 players that qualify for Saturday night will come out raring to go.
And you can be here on a Saturday night.
60.
Dartshot.tv, the place to be to get your ticket.
And I just want Adam Lipscomb to qualify again because I want that crowd back. So come on, Adam, bring him down for a night out because what a atmosphere you created on Saturday night.
140.
Well, Harrison could be on course to wrap it up here in very quick time. Could be within the space of 10 minutes this game being done and dusted.
76.
Leon V. Gates comes up next.
161.
And Gates may have to serve it out.
Yeah, it's been played at a nice pace, this one. It's really suited Andreas Harrison. He can move to 2 points.
60.
We'll get the in-play table in after the next game, but what a big game coming up for Leonard Gates. He'll fancy his chances against Max de Jong. He's had a real up and down week, but he'll fancy his chances for qualification. So stay with us. Well, looks like it's job well done here for Andreas Harrison. He can only play and win his final 2 games. His last game will be the final game of the day against Michael Burgoyne. So this for the match.
Treble 15 is usually his MO, and it was again there. And it's not going to go for Andreas Harrison. And so Warburton to
41.
Keep this encounter alive.
126.
126 with Harrison staring at 2 match darts at tops. It should be 2 at tops then for the match for Andreas Harrison to keep himself in the mix. 86. And it will force Leonard Gates to have to beat Max de Jong in the next.
Well, he throws a really flat dart, so a 60 finish is something that Andreas really likes. Can he sit on top? Yes, he can. And Andreas Harrison wins another big 4-0 victory, this time against the luckless Mike Warburton, who's having a Group A campaign he will want to forget. But Andreas Harrison says to Leonard Gates, over to you. But don't miss the next match. Leonard Gates, the chance of qualification, the chance of topping Group A. He's up next against Max de Jong.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are into the final round of matches. And that man on your screen, Leonard Gates, has got the opportunity now to go on and win the group. If he can get the better of Max de Jong, he is in a very good position as far as the table is concerned. He finds himself 2 points clear of Andreas Harrison. Gates on 22 points. Harrison on 20 points in the table. Just confirmation of that there. Sky's confirmed to play in Group B. He's on 16 points, whilst Max de Jong on 10. Warburton and Burgoyne both on 8 as he head into the final round of fixtures. Gates can confirm it then with a win against de Jong. If he fails to do that, himself and Harrison are both level on legs different, so it would mean that any kind of win in the last game against Michael Burgoyne would secure his passage through to the final on Saturday night. It's in Leonard's hands, but Max de Jong, as we know all too well, is a player that won't care for scouts, won't care for reputations.
Yeah, an interesting one there, Henry, in a sense that, you know, the legs difference is in the favour of Andreas Harrison if Leonard Gates wins this game. It's not a sense that Leonard Gates can lose this game and still qualify. It would still then go in the hands of Andreas Harrison, who fancy his chances against Michael Burgoyne in the final one. So,
game on.
Yeah, a lot on this game. It really shouldn't have come down to this for Leonard Gates. He's had opportunities to top Group A few times today. Which Max de Jong are we going to get? Well, his highest average of the week's been round about 85. What he really enjoys is a tussle where he's averaging round about 80 and it goes the distance. Leonard Gates must feel like, well, I know I can average 80 even in my B or C game. So if I was Leonard, I'd run my own race.
83.
But interesting already that in a game that if he wins, can see him win the group, that he's had a little bit of an equipment change-up. He's changed the flights around, says Leonard.
Well, I think he ate the other ones. He was biting away on a
60.
couple of the games.
As we'll find out now. That is Spartan Flights,
140.
produced to him by his manufacturer. For Leonard, winning a week would be a massive step in the right direction for him.
80.
There'd be perhaps a bit of an irony because he's done so much stuff everywhere else, but maybe the one place where he may have feel like he hasn't fulfilled his ambitions is here at the Super Series.
140.
And having had the slip at the seniors at the weekend, what better way to get back in the winners' enclosure than to secure your first Super Series crown. And Gates has left to finish after 9, 138.
138.
And he has got 6 from here to take out the opening leg. It's not going to be done on this particular occasion, but
98.
he is going to leave it handy, leaving tops after 12 to take out this opening leg against Rowe. He needed to find a break at some point in this match. No better time than right at the very start. But De Jong keeps very, very close order.
40.
Yeah, he'll have to keep his focus here, will Leonard Gates. To hear that dulcet tone of the 180 can be a little off-putting, but he has got
Leonard Gates.
that real desire when he needs to do Leonard Gates. I think there's that real focus, and as I've said many times, his doubles are a real treat when he's at his best. And Max de Jong will be thinking a little bit earlier in the leg, please, for the maximum.
97.
But a nice, solid start here. $14 breaker throw. Start off with a 97. So far, so good for this man.
Will the biggest issue if he does progress through to Saturday night be the range of performance? Because the highs have been very high, but the lows haven't been great.
But I don't think he'll focus on the lows too much. I think a lot of the players will go into Saturday night. Someone like Connor Scott will forget that Group A campaign was poor. He'll probably be thinking, that moment I had where I beat Andreas Harrison 4-0, where I beat Leonard Gates 4-0. I think he'll take that into a Saturday night. And I think Gates will be thinking, well, I started the week with a couple of 98 averages. I know my game's there. I'll have to bring it out on Saturday.
100.
Well, Gates leaves himself on the fish for a 2-0 lead. He's been reeled in by Andreas Harrison, but can he reel this one in?
Leonard, you require 100.
And we know he's going to go for it. But it's not going to be taken out on this particular occasion.
96.
Yeah, it's been pretty straightforward, Leonard Gates against Max in the head-to-head. He's won both games. 4-3, 4-2 though. So Max will go into this game thinking he can put one over on Leonard.
95.
But this has been a fine start. And chance for another 14-darter.
47 left.
He can't hear you.
He gets it double-checked with the referee. And now a dart at double 60 to put himself halfway towards the victory post.
42. Max, you require 151.
I'd like to be hypercritical at that point, but it's an area of the game that he's getting better, as we've said. But when he stops starting, when he's in full flow, I think he's as good as anyone. But when he's having to stop start on the finishes, that's when we see not the best from Leonard. But when he's rocking and rolling, only one target hit here.
No score. Max, you require 70.
Strays the other side, and this would be for an unlikely break for De Jong, who's had this trend this week of just keeping himself hanging around in legs. Gates shakes his head. He thinks there's inevitability about this tops. And he'd be right in thinking so. 1-1.
Max de Jong.
Look at the reaction there from Gates. It's no coincidence that Max de Jong does that. I can understand him getting a couple of wins like this, but we are talking most of the games he plays, when players miss, he then hits.
Well, I know we don't do the bet builder here at the Super Series anymore, but going into tomorrow's session, maybe a little bit of a tip, maybe having a look at Max de Jong's games and looking at the over 5.5 leg market, because a lot of his games this week have gone 4-2 and 4-3.
100.
Hasn't been a prolific 180 hitter as Max, but what a start. Like I said, that 70 finish when he was second best.
Dart 5 strays in the 5, and the hopes and the dreams can go a big. And I think, actually, you look at those last darts, I think after the fourth one went in, Max was having a think about go at the ultimate crowning glory.
100.
It was just his second 180 of the day, that for Max.
137.
So he's doubled his tally. He's making that 3 for the day.
100.
And the only person I'm hearing cheering at the moment is Andreas Harrison. I don't think if Leonard doesn't qualify as group winner in this, Henry, I don't think I've ever seen someone so hot of a favourite not to.
80.
He had chances against Harrison. He's had chances where it's all come down to this. He had a chance to qualify in his last game where Connor Scott done a real job on him. He even had the luxury
80.
where Connor Scott helped him with beating
Match
Andreas
record,
Harrison.
36.
And right now, this match, it's only looking like one winner.
Well, the game is treated dramatically. De Jong took out the last leg when Leonard should have won it. De Jong's then won that one in 13 with throw, averaging just under 94, and leaves 2-1. Is there another twist in this tale?
Yes, I think there could be.
100.
Leonard Gates broke Max de Jong in the first leg. Well, if he's going to win this match, he's going to have to do it again. But Max has found that treble 20 bed better than he's done all day.
83.
Just the 180, remember, going into this match. And after just 3 legs, he's already at 2 in this game, averaging over 90. And just to give an indication of where his game is at right now, his highest average is mentioned mid-80s. This could be saving his best Group A match for his final and most crucial one.
Would there perhaps be a dart in irony if Max de Jong did beat Leonard Gates, but then the door's open for Harrison and Burgoyne beats Harrison?
Well, I think it's fair to say that the Burger Boy is the one we've least spoken about. He's just quietly getting on with his job. But I tell you what, Burgoyne has got better and better. But Leonard's had that many chances. Is the story about the fact he just could never get over that line. He'd be getting frustrated with every treble 20 that Max hits.
85.
However, he's in a good position, 80 clear with these darts and looking good for 2-2. And under normal circumstances, no problem whatsoever. But right now, this isn't normal circumstances. He's playing for a place on Saturday night to top this difficult Group A.
He's left himself on a 2-darter after 12, and De Jong can do nothing by way of response. And so he's got the luxury of time, Leonard Gates, to square this game up at 2-2. Doesn't have to go 17 and ball, but I've got a feeling he's going to go for it. And I've got a feeling he's going to get it. And level we are at 2 apiece.
Yeah, one of the best bull hitters in the world.
Max to throw first.
Not even a consideration. Of course, that background helps.
However, Glenn, is it perhaps somewhat ironic when you think of Gates and you think of Harrison, you think perennial winners, people that have won things a lot, and usually you associate them with when the finishing line comes, they sprint towards it. But both of them have kind of floundered their way into this position.
Yeah, good point. And before I forget, I have to say that this is the most relaxed Max has played. I've been searching for that more sort of gentle release, that more elegant release. He's looked tight in the shoulders at time, punching his way.
85.
Almost hyperextending that elbow as he's powering the dart through. I just sense that he's feeling he's got nothing to lose in this game, and that's why we're seeing the best of him. So when he is looking
47.
back, it's that feeling he has on the hockey right now. How does he replicate that again?
Gates does not look at what Max de Jong is doing. Has a little bit of a look around at the scenery at the back of the stage.
85.
And then comes back, eyes fully focused on the job. This is the biggest best of 3 we've seen all week.
100.
Well, it's looking only one winner so far. 100 points clear. And these darts are Max. That steely determination you can see in his eyes. Finding the treble.
96.
Good moments for Max.
He's going to have time to take this 95 out.
95.
And Andreas Harrison may be having a little look at this and may well be feeling very hopeful about his chances. De Jong double 16 for 95 out to put himself 3-2 up, but he is going to come back for more.
Yeah, quite sensible by going the treble 20 the 95. He didn't panic. Definitely needs a second treble.
83.
Not the treble one. He does leave the big fish. But the way Max is playing, I don't anticipate Leonard being back.
Double 4 doesn't go, and so Leonard Gates. Well, this could be group changing. He's had a 160. He's had a 161 today, but he's not going to add the fish to the collection.
Did you fancy that?
Match require 4.
I sat up on my seat and I thought, is this the moment?
Game shot on the 5th leg.
And Leonard's just hoping for a little bit of luck there, but Max has just looked so solid in this game. This would be his highest average, around about the 86 mark.
Game on.
But it's just more about Max. Like I say, we've seen him being animated. And I tell you what, Leonard Gates is looking a little bit fidgety right now. But he's been here before and is usually so adept, so clever in a last leg shootout. Max de Jong would have the darts in that last leg. Andreas Harrison, I wonder if he's practicing now or if he's watching this game.
What would be the smart play? Would you watch a little bit of this? Because he's not playing till another game's time, just to work out what your scenario is going to be. How hard is that a balance to strike?
Well, I once had a game to watch when Sam and Whitlock played Gerwin Price. All I wanted was a Gerwin Price victory. And I was on an athletics track in Wolverhampton. Couldn't watch a dart. Grand Slam of darts, 2018 or 19.
So what you're telling me is the best way to do it is to go for a run on an athletics track?
81.
Light jog.
Otherwise known as pacing up and down nervously.
Yeah, I think Price led 4-1 and I could either ooze and yahs and I could tell Whitlock was coming back. So it's difficult for Andreas Harrison right now, but Andreas Harrison's different to me. I reckon he's got a heart rate of about 50 compared to my 250. So he's just so laid back this week, he'll be just like, who cares?
95.
Well, that could well just open up a door for De Jong here. Gates does leave himself a finish on 119, but if De Jong could have piled a couple of trebles in, then the complexion of the leg could have been oh so different.
41.
Yeah, it might be a score of 41, but like I said, this is by far the best I've seen from Max. Tops to go the distance.
99.
He'll start on treble 19. That's one thing I have learnt about Max.
Doesn't go. And so Gates to send us to a last leg decider. De Jong would have the darts in that instance. Double 10. And we go all the way. And Gates is still there. He's still fighting. He is still in with a puncher's chance. And if he breaks De Jong here, he is the group victor.
Game on.
Yeah, you'd have to fancy Andreas Harrison in his final game. So literally, it is probably down to this last leg decider here. Max de Jong has looked supremely confident in this game. Super focused. Really high intent. And every dart thrown there with real purpose. However, this man, when it does go down to a last leg, can find flashes of brilliance. Boy, does he need it now.
41.
Advantage De Jong. That could be the most untimely of slips for Leonard Gates.
And is it me, or is Max even slowed down a bit more with that focus and intent? Maybe that's not suiting. That's not suiting Leonard Gates, that's for sure.
60.
Real nervy moments here at the MODUS Super Series.
And Gates, with every single visit, is getting more and more het up with himself.
And he won't like that dart.
85.
And cue a maximum from Leonard Gates. Now is your time.
$140 will do. This last leg is pretty much on an equal kilter now. The only thing that separates them is the fact that De Jong has the darts.
He's not throwing bad darts, Max De Jong
60.
here. Just no reward, hence that little wry smile there. First real chance for Leonard Gates. Can he just sit it on top of that dart? He's rocking and rolling, which is a good sign.
100.
First to a finish. But would you rather be in Max's position right now?
Well, Leonard Gates has already taken out a 160 today. He did that against Andreas Harrison. Harrison won that particular battle, but Gates can win the war if he
46.
pins the 160.
And you require 160.
And like a flip of a coin, all of a sudden now, Leonard Gates is a big favourite for this match. This is what you can't practice for.
82.
Now it's just
And you require
instinct, that real
150.
X factor. But a sensational last start there for Gates. 78, he'll fancy his chances on that. Will he be back?
Yes, is the answer. He had a 4-point lead going into today. It was pinned back
41.
in after Andreas
Manager
Harrison
requires
beat him
78.
in the opening game of the session. He then lost to Connor Scott, but Leonard Gates now steps up. And he's going to have 2 darts in his hand. A double 12 to seal his place into Saturday night's final. But the soldier's not there.
66.
And I think he thought that was in. I was just looking outside the
Require 109.
commentary window there. And we have said from Monday morning that Max De Jong is the grinder, the scrapper. And these types of finishes, he's been putting away. Now he's under incredible pressure right now. Not only representing himself, but obviously how this league table's going to go. What a dart that is, Max De Jong.
77.
And what a finish that would have been. And Leonard Gates' heart must have been in his mouth right there. But he comes back for another chance. It's double 6. And the soldier will dance his way through to Saturday night. Leonard Gates qualifies through. Boy, did he have to work for it. Boy, did he have to toil for it. But Leonard Gates is in. Leonard Gates is through. With an average of 86-89, he gets the better of Max De Jong by 4 legs to 3. Boy, did he have to wait for it. Boy, did he have to work for it. But he will be a very relieved man. It was disappointment at the seniors at the weekend. It is success thus far at the Super Series. So, 2 dead rubbers to come. Warburton up against Scott. Both players' fates have been sealed. But we'll see what happens in this one after this. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Leonard Gates has confirmed his place into Saturday night's final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He got the better of Max de Jong in the last leg, decided 4-3. Max de Jong missing a dart at double 16 to round the game off a 109 check. It would have kept Harrison alive and kicking, alive and swinging, but it is Gates who will progress through. Mike Warburton and Connor Scott, well, they'll be treading different paths at the end of this week. Connor Scott will be playing in Group B tomorrow and Friday evening. As for Mike Warburton, well, it's going to be another day session for him on Thursday and Friday afternoon in what does look like a real competitive, real enjoyable looking Group C on paper, Glenn.
Game on.
Yeah, super. And just looked at Mike Warburton there, just still motivating himself. I think he sees this game as like, come on, Mike, let's finish on a bit of a high. Get myself ready for tomorrow.
96.
But what a fabulous ending to that Leonard Gates game. He looked pretty relieved at the end, that's for sure, but showed that bottle with a double 6.
93.
And like I say, it takes 2 to tango, and fair play to Max de Jong in that game. I really enjoyed that one.
Well, I almost asked the question, didn't I, about both those players. They're both perennial winners, but they were both just struggling a little bit. But Gates just conjured up something when it mattered and ultimately crawled over the line.
Yeah, 1-1 in the head-to-head between
96.
these two. However, Connor Scott's on a bit of a real high at the moment. Big wins over Leonard Gates and Andreas Harrison. After that disappointing loss to Michael Burgoyne early doors, if he can finish off with a hat-trick of wins, he'll take that into his Group B campaign.
The way that he's recovered from that defeat, I think, says a lot about how mentally strong he is.
180.
Mike really enjoyed that, didn't he?
I think they have been practice partners when I think about it. I was chatting with him this morning and he said, I'm not a huge practicer, Glenn, but Connor's
60.
been getting me on the board.
132.
Whereas Connor, as we've talked about, never off a treble 19 needed. Will all our practice pay off? No, it won't this time.
64. Might require 40.
Well, Warby enjoyed the Scott Max. He may enjoy winning the leg as well. Wonder if we'll get any celebrations if he wins this game. Double 5 is what he wants now.
Game
Pinned 1-0.
Mike Warburton.
Yeah, I was about to say the doubles again being his Achilles heel, but that double 5 there will settle him down.
Connor to throw first.
Looks like it's been played in really good spirit. As I mentioned, I think you get to know
97.
people more when you're spending, 15 hours a week with them. And if they have been practicing together, they'll know what both of them can do.
Well, you may remember when Mike Warburton won this fixture yesterday, he dropped the lawnmower move, didn't he?
Yeah, on day 1, that was the one.
100.
Yeah, that was his opening game yesterday, wasn't it, that he did it? And did he win a game after that?
$96.
No.
That's what you call quality commentary
60.
and background work there from Henry Deacon. I must admit, Henry is my go-to at the MODUS Super Series. Incredible knowledge. And I think on Monday afternoon, when this one finished, we were talking about this could be one of the best Group A's ever.
100.
But it sort of ended with a bit of a damn squib. However, that finale at the end, that tension, that anxiety, and the way Leonard Gates got over the line.
99.
But it was not the ending I thought we were going to get from this Group A. Still plenty to do for the people like the pair of them in the picture right now, Andreas Harrison. I think Max de Jong has just reminded himself that his game is not too far away.
100.
And the Burger Boy, Michael Burgoyne, has been absolutely fine. He can let himself know where he is with his next game, the final one.
58.
So Warburton, 82 to break the throw, open up a 2-love lead. Scott, who'd been the prolific winner of games 4-0, could be on the receiving end.
31.
Yeah, all a little bit scrappy there from Warby. Will it be the bullseye for Scott? Well, it's 5-5. It was useful for Warburton leg 1, but not this time for Connor Scott.
51.
Chance for here for Mike for a 2-0 lead.
Couple in hand. A double 16. Now up for double 8. 2-0 Warburton. Bread and butter finishing from him.
I don't know if you picked it up, Henry, like I did, but just prior to a dart being thrown, Mike Warburton was really geeing himself up because we did label this game as a dead rubber. So you could argue that the pair of them, you know, is that fire and intensity they're going to be in the belly. And that was a thing that really showed that Warburton, I'm thinking to myself, is he wants to finish on a high.
As for this man, I think he does have a decision to make because he is so close to home. Does he go home overnight, come back tomorrow evening, or does he stay and frequent the Portsmouth area?
Well, I've been in Portsmouth now for 2 years, and I would definitely say get yourself home.
Cheers, Duzzer.
I'm 5 hours away from home, and I'm thinking of going home. What a desperate place. It's not like Middlesbrough on the Cotswolds.
And I was going to take you out for a lovely breakfast along the beautiful seafront tomorrow.
Turkish haircut for me tomorrow. Nice shave.
Oh,
get myself nice and fresh because I've got a decent commentator with me tomorrow, so I'm going to look the business. One thing I haven't found about Portsmouth is the best Turkish barber ever. I love going there.
Yep, we're going to see Glenn with the all the fades and all the rest of it. What was that fade they tried to get you to do that time?
161.
Yeah, I'll leave that to our social media team. Good start. Not even a consideration. This ain't no dead rubber.
99.
Both of these players desperate to win this match.
62 to bring it back to 2-1. Warburton needs to find something big here, but doesn't look like anything tangible is going to really threaten Scott this particular
80.
turn, and he's going to have another 6 to
62.
bring it back to 2-1.
Yeah, that big 3 left to change the dynamic of this leg.
30.
And honestly, would you believe me? I said that Warburton probably wanted that double 16 to go so he can plan his attack with his darts.
It would return the game to throw. Look how Scott's just waiting in the corner there.
83.
Almost like a greyhound being readied out from the traps wanting to come back to the board.
Well, we did say he realised he was playing too quick yesterday.
Game shot on the third leg. Connor Scott.
He gets there in the end. And as you alluded to, back on throw.
Fourth leg, it's Connor to throw first.
So, thank you for that, man. Back we are to 2-1. Don't forget that following this session, we'll have our highlights package for you. Be available on the Super Series YouTube channel. Don't forget to drop a subscribe. Over 2,000 people have been watching us today. Thank you so much for your company here on the Super Series YouTube channel. Don't forget to drop us a subscribe for all the latest darting action here, plus one of our latest videos, which includes a darts meet golf
42.
event, including Devon Peterson and Neil Duff. Do watch that. You can also watch the incredible game between Andreas Harrison and Michael Burgoyne on Monday afternoon. That's available on there as well. And a few weeks ago, me and Chris Mason commentated on a double start tournament, which involved, well, some of the finest players who are not tour card holders, including the likes of Kevin Painter, Darryl Pilgrim, Lisa Ashton, Neil Duff. That's also available on the Super Series YouTube channel. That really is worth a watch. That's good fun. I actually think that could be the substance maybe to something even bigger.
60.
Maybe a Sunday afternoon mixed pairs special. So you have 6 different pairings, 6 different mixed pair pairings, and you play it over a Sunday afternoon. So play it to the Super Series format. 94. So group stage, 6 pairs, best of 7 to semi-finals and finals, and maybe do it once every series on a Sunday.
You're getting too far. You're going to have a Christmas Day match between Keelan Kay and Rob Collins next.
Well, you know, the Super Series, it doesn't stop for anyone.
55. Connie McQuire, 134.
1-3-4 for Scott for 2-2.
94.
Well,
Mike, if I
coming up
go,
after this, we've got another
146.
game of darts between Burgoyne and Harrison, but this game could be up in the offing if Scott can pin tops.
86. Gonna require 40.
Tops for Scott. Double 10.
Game shot
2-2. Desmond.
Connor Scott. Fifth leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Trying to get our money's worth today, Glenn.
Yes, it's been a real tight affair, hasn't it? And the 2-0 Warburton was looking really good.
140.
Like I said, Connor Scott could have a hat-trick of wins here, walk away, and then start his campaign tomorrow night. When we get to the Wednesday, we start getting excited for the double sessions on the Thursday, Friday, for that fantastic finale on the Saturday night. And I stand by what I said on Monday morning. The winner of this week then becomes a serious play in the Champion of Champions. And I've seen the names for next week as well. Honestly,
60.
it's another absolute pearler.
Oh, you don't want to miss next week, folks. You really, really don't.
Are you on comms?
Yes.
I'd miss it if I was you.
99.
Oh no, we have got an Easter holiday bonanza for you. So have all the chocolate that you so would want. Have all the eggs in the shop.
60.
Do all of your Easter egg chasing, all the usual traditionals that you do at this time of year. And then on Monday, make sure you convene here on the Super Series YouTube channel for it's going to be a
101.
bank holiday bonanza. It's that good, they've moved Portsmouth v Derby County for it.
58. Connie require 167.
He was 2-0 down in this match, was Connor Scott. I'm going to see something special, but lovely layup.
139.
Trebles to leave that beautiful double 14 that people are leaving so often now. And Mike Warburton, pretty much typical of his Group A campaign, putting himself in fantastic positions, not seeing out the match.
60.
Well, the thing with double
Only
14
requires
is it's just the
28.
awkwardness of the number because the way that you throw it is perfectly sighted. And when a dart pitches up like that, it should be an inviting guide.
No
but Scott can't follow it.
123.
I think the worry of the double 14 is if you go inside, very similar to the double 18. That's always on your mind. So treble 19 star for Warburton. So 66 left, so 16 area. Got too greedy with a 16. I think there's a
83.
I think there's a serious
Only
argument about
requires
just the big
28.
16 bullseye because too many people miss the treble. And the treble leaves double 9. Who likes that? Well, next door is double 14. Does Scott like this?
No score.
It was almost too close.
All 6 darts
Mike,
on the
you
wire.
require 40.
No reaction, but inside he'd be steaming.
Double 10. Can he move it across? Yes, he
Game's on
can.
the fifth leg.
3-2, Mike Warburton
Warburton.
leads. He was 2-0 up. He was pegged back by Scott. And Warburton
Sixth leg, it's Connor to
pulls
throw
himself
first.
back in
Game.
front.
Yeah, I'll go back to the first leg. He hit double 5 with the last dart. I'll go back to that leg, double 10 with the last dart. And there was just a little air of
92.
resignation there from Connor Scott. Been a funny old day, Henry.
It's a funny old game, Glenn, to quote the great Saints and Greavesy.
100.
And still, Glenn, another game of darts follows this.
180.
With darts like this, we could be going the distance again. Incredible amount of 4-3s today.
And now we're raining down on
180.
maximums like confetti at a Greek wedding.
$140.
Yeah, 7 games played. 7 4-3s out of the 13 games. And remember, let's go back to Monday when every other game seemed to be 4-0.
140.
What a beautiful leg of darts from both. 9 darts thrown.
89.
89 for Connor Scott. You feel this has to go.
81. Might require 81.
So this for the match.
$57.
Falls at the final fence.
Only require.
Goes
8.
first dart, Glenn. I'm going to make you a promise right now. It goes first dart. I promise you.
No score.
It goes
Mike
past.
requires
It goes past for the
24.
first dart.
Wow, Henry. Please pin that. And can you pin this double 12? It's been a fascinating game between the pair of them. Warburton led 2-0. Connor Scott pulled it back.
Mike Warburton.
However, Mike Warburton got over the line. And there's the dance move to go with it. In honour of Henry Deacon. But big smile on the face for Mike Warburton. He went through some trials and tribulations there, but you can see the determination. And just shy of a 90 average. A big win over Connor Scott there. He looks really happy, and the dance moves are continuing as we move on to the final game of this intriguing Group A. It's Andreas Harrison against Michael Burgoyne.
Here we go. Final game of Group A. Andreas Harrison against Michael Burgoyne. Before the break, Mike Warburton got the better of Connor Scott by 4 legs to 2. And I'll tell you what he did give us, as well as a decent performance, was the renewal of the new famous dance craze, which is really taking Glendant, the Super Series, by storm. How does it go?
I've no idea.
So it's a little bit of a jiggle, it's a little bit of a move, and they...
First leg, it's Michael.
You just got to put your left foot...
Game on.
You've got to move it down to the ground, and then you jiggle from there.
Premier League champion, and this is what it's come to. Get me out of here, someone.
Maybe we'll do an explainer video on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Which, if you subscribe, you get plenty of other goodies on top of that.
55.
Can we get back to the darts, please, Henry?
I suppose we can. Andreas Harrison finished second in Group A. That was confirmed no matter what, but 100% when you consider that
59.
Connor Scott lost out last time out to Mike Warburton. As for Michael Burgoyne, he'll be going to feel plenty of confidence going into Group C. I can't see Andreas Harrison doing that move, can you?
140.
Well, you never know. It's great to see Mike Warburton with a smile on his face at the end. Like I said, it's been a difficult Group A campaign from a player who always fancies his chances to top the group. For Andreas Harrison. Yeah, it'd be great to get an interview with Andreas. You wouldn't want to spoil his Group B campaign tomorrow with questions about what happened, because you don't want to put any sort of negative in his mind. But like I said, he looked in sparkling form. Whereas Michael Burgoyne has had his ups and his downs. I say a slow start in this match. Scores a 24 and 59.
140.
But scores a ton and ton 40, and all of a sudden he has down to 6 darts away. The Burger Army continue to follow.
100.
And unfortunately, Clyde is still pestering me. The guy is obsessed with me. What is wrong with him?
Yep, the Burger Army also chipping in on the YouTube chat room.
121.
You just relish the opportunity to get that in, don't you? Anyway, time to catch up.
Well, Harrison's been mustard, hasn't he, all week?
83. Michael Burgoyne 57.
Yeah, he's looked solid in that double 10. Expected that to go.
24.
And Andreas Harrison, double 12.
Game shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
Yeah, I like that both players felt they had the opportunity, but it was a breaker throw there for Andreas. He'll want to also finish on a high. He's on the back of a 4-0 victory against Mike Warburton. And there was a real couple of moments, Henry, to be fair, that we were looking at if Andreas could win this game, he would qualify. And let's be honest with you, he's had his B- game since Monday.
However, we know it's in the locker, which is dangerous because at any one moment he could then just reignite the spark and put the key in the ignition and go again.
Yeah, thanks everybody for watching again. So we've had over 2,000 people watching on our YouTube channel for darts like that. But a lot of the Burger Army fans have been watching, including his wife, Patty.
57.
That took a while. Even the production team took them about 5 seconds there.
Glenn, what is your beef? I feel like you're beginning to get a little bit salty.
The score of 3, followed by 180. That pretty much sums up the week of Andreas Harrison. I think underneath that beard, he's smiling away. But isn't that darts for you? And for Michael Burgoyne, I just feel there's nothing at stake here right now. No more beef jokes. Can we stop now, Henry? Just say you won. I can see you thinking.
60.
Let us leave it there.
Anyway, me being funny is very, very rare, isn't it?
140.
Harrison, 42 for a 2-0 lead.
58. Andreas Burgoyne 42.
This will be for a breaker throw. No, it's a holder throw, sorry. Double 16. Double 8. Doesn't go, but Burgoyne could square this game back up with a 1-4-5.
$58. Andreas Burgoyne 8.
So 2 4s for 2-0. Double 2. Can he get it last dart?
Game shot on the second.
Yes, he can. 2-0 Harrison.
Yeah, feels like a decisive moment in this match. That double 2 there. Michael Burgoyne just doesn't seem to be. Yeah, shake of the head there. Again, not 100% happy with the total situation. I've really enjoyed watching Michael on debut.
58.
Like I said, the thing for Michael, and incredible amount of people watching for him, is that tomorrow's a brand new day. He'll walk into that players area, everybody on 0 points. That first game of tomorrow for Michael Burgoyne
58.
could be crucial because he's demonstrated his qualities to us. You know, he's got the scoring power when he needs it. He's got the bottle to hit the double. He's an experienced campaigner. Excellent on the ADC qualifiers.
43.
Head and shoulders above most at the East of England qualifying table. And when you get here, you want your experience to be positive. And tomorrow's a new day, Michael.
60.
Exactly that. It's definitely not been a case of he's bitten off more than he can chew.
Are you still rabbiting on about
82.
that?
$140. 60.
Well, Harrison has taken the darts. Looking to get the double break. Danny Spring, I just wish the
59.
comms team would just let us watch the game in peace.
I've already cracked that one.
60.
Well, if we're going down that angle, come on, chat room. Let's have some more Burger Boy jokes.
May not have too much longer in this game
42.
to pose those puns.
Thankfully.
So we're just going to go. We're going to a dance class together tonight, aren't we, Glenn?
No.
43. Andreas, you require 142.
For a 3-0 lead. Good board management there. Or is it?
48. Michael, you require 155.
Always a tricky finish, the 155. You're thinking of the double 19 for the completion of it. Can't be done now.
41.
As much as we've spoken
Andreas,
positive
you're
about Michael
94.
Burgoyne, after that disappointing first day, you have to say this has been a lacklustre performance. And Andreas Harrison hasn't had to do an awful lot to win this match.
54.
Sets it up nicely, and for Michael Burgoyne, this 1-1-4 simply has to go.
Can it light the spark? Light the fuse? Light the blue touch paper? 1-1-4 is taken out. That's how you do
Michael
it.
Burgoyne. Fourth leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on. $80.
And who knows? That could be the beginning of the comeback charge.
Yeah, how are you seeing the 6 players then? How are they going to go back to the hotel? And for one player, he's got a couple of days off, but the other 5, how have you read the situation?
100.
Gates relieved. Harrison disappointed, but he knows that if he plays to his levels, he should be okay. Scott,
125.
I don't know. I think he'll be happier now. I don't think he would have been happy at all yesterday, but I think he'll be happier now that it looks like his game's moving to somewhat
96.
to what we've come to expect of him, and maybe in a Group B it may just suit him a bit more. Max, I think he'll be settled enough for the way that he's played. Mike will be the
190.
disappointed one. Mike will be the bitterly disappointed one. Michael, I think, is taking everything as it comes as far as this experience
60.
is concerned.
Andreas, you reckon
Well, Andreas,
116
116 after 9 for 3-1 leads. He's got 6 from here. He's going to need the 6.
Well, that 1-1-4 brought
4.
Michael Burgoyne, but it's going to take a whopper of a comeback here for Michael Burgoyne.
Are we still doing the puns?
No, just expert commentary.
105. Andreas, you require 112.
He's going to get a dart to lead 3-1. It's tops.
72.
Just look at the angle of where those darts go in there at Dirty Harrison. All the work's done right at the end. Well, this would be special.
100.
So Harrison for 3-1 and to put himself 2 clear. Double 10. He's now toiling around. But finds the 5s, and Harrison leads by 3 legs to 1.
Yeah, a lot of the favourite backers will be relieved with that double 5 going in there because of 2-2.
Game on.
The fear from Harrison is that the momentum would have been with Burgoyne. He looks a big favourite to see out this game, and yeah, looking forward to tomorrow 42. Very much. A later start, of course, 1 o'clock here on the YouTube channel, the MODUS Super Series. And thank you, over 2,000 people were watching when Leonard Gates sort of secured victory there, and some fantastic chat, great comments from everybody. And like I say, we'll try to answer as many questions as possible there. And I will be joined by Chris Murphy tomorrow as we see the conclusion of the week. And 100. Henry Deacon will be back for Saturday night final with the 2016 World Champion Scott Mitchell. So plenty to pose to the commentary team this week.
Oh, I'm going to miss you, Daz. It's been good fun.
60.
Has it? Maybe for you.
Oh, Daz.
42.
So what's the next 2 days for you? Studying the MODUS Super Series?
Well, a bit of R&R. Obviously a bit of study because I'm here Saturday. Bit of study for my football on Saturday. Got Sheffield United v Fulham. And yeah, just a bit of R&R.
Rock and roll.
Absolutely. And I might practice the dance moves as well.
58.
How come you can say R&R when you said you can't say your R's? But you say perfect there.
Yeah, but it's then saying words that involve R's that really don't roll off the tongue.
100.
Why have I got to one of fools and horses? Right, come on, Glenn, sort yourself out. Well, Burgoyne is sorting himself out here. Just double checking the scoring to leave himself a finish.
134.
What a fabulous setup play that is. But Harrison for the match.
Climbing the ladder to tops. And he climbs it to success. He won't climb to the summit of Group A. He finishes in second space. I think Michael Burgoyne. What is that? Oh, it's a piece of paper. Happy birthday, Ronnie. Happy birthday to you. What a lovely way to end our day and to end our group. Well, at least it wasn't a "can I have your shirt" type poster. Well, many happy returns, Ronnie. And many congratulations, Dirty Harry. 4-1 win for him in the last game of the day. Well, myself and Glenn, we're going to talk to the happiest man of the lot. Leonard Gates is back in the studio, and we'll be back there in a couple of minutes.
Well, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are joined once again by Leonard Gates in the studio. He is the strong man. He is the last man standing as far as Group A is concerned. But, geez, you didn't make it easy, did you?
No, definitely didn't make it easy. Like I say, the focus kind of got off me there for a second. That's the hardest part of the game. You can shoot games, oh man, I shot this, I shot that, I was doing great, but then when you lose that focus just a little bit, the game can creep up on you.
It felt a little bit up and down today, didn't it? Obviously, you lost that first game against Andreas. What were you thinking after that?
I think I went into that first game with too much pressure in my mind, thinking it's like, let me get past Andreas first because he's right there behind me. So it's like, and I didn't, then my next match, I was like, nah, I'm going in, both feet in, nothing to think about, just the board and just shoot, you know.
Was that why we saw that 109 average out?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I had to definitely work for that one.
You definitely did. And Glenn, you've been watching Leonard over the course of the last 3 days. What have you been so impressed with?
Well, I think the MODUS Super Series is about consistency, and that's maybe an area where Leonard can get even better. He has that flashes of brilliance. I've talked about he's at his best when he's rocking and rolling on it. It's poetry in motion. He's not that aimer. He's somebody who's all about the rhythm. And when he gets that going, as I've said in comms all week, there's no better player this week. But it was interesting to hear him say there that focus and that desire can sometimes be an issue. And he was tested today because he was up against the best Max de Jong that we'd seen. Yeah. And I was thinking, I wonder if his mindset's going, here we go again. He had opportunities, he gets over the line, but what Leonard Gates has got is an awful lot of bottle. And when he needed that double 12, double 6 combo at the end to qualify, and he's a wonderful asset for Saturday night, 2 days off. Good time for Leonard Gates.
Well, let's go back to that game against Max, in particular that last leg, because he misses a dart at double 16 on the back of the 109 combo to go through. I think we can show it for you now here, Leonard, just down here. So Max steps up to the Yoki. What are you thinking there in the back of your mind, knowing that you're on a double to go through?
Well, I was telling myself I missed my opportunity. But I also was telling myself, if Max misses this shot, I'm not going to miss my second opportunity to take the double out and win the game.
What was that moment like?
It was great. Like, he missed it, I was like, okay, yes, I got another chance, and I'm not going to squander it now. You know what I mean? Just get in there, focus, throw it. The first dart's outside, put the second dart right on the inside. You know.
The cream rises to the top, and I didn't watch the actual screen. I was watching the body language, the throw from behind, from this wonderful view that we have here. And like I said, he has a lot of bottle. 2 days off could be good for Leonard. Yes. And like I said, with a crowd here Saturday night, that's when he comes to his best. And Leonard Gates could be lifting that trophy come Saturday night.
I suppose after the last few days as well, with Blackpool and everything else, I suppose those couple of days would be quite nice for you just to maybe have a little bit of time away from the board?
Yeah, definitely. Take the time away from the board, rethink about Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesdays. Today's here and the guys will play, because I'm pretty sure I'm going to see some more of the guys again on Saturday, and also maybe some of the new guys that are coming in Thursday and Friday. So, but mentally, that's the thing about the next 2 days. Mentally prepare for Saturday night.
We've seen you come close to winning on a Saturday a few times before. Yes. We've mentioned it a couple of times, runner-up. Where do you feel your game is now compared to those other occasions that you've made it through to finals and got so close?
This time going into it and approaching Saturday night or Saturday's events, it's like, don't relax. I think the other couple of times I relaxed just a little bit. There's no time for that now. Just stay, put the foot on the gas pedal and just let it go.
Well, sorry, I'll come back to you in a second, Glenn. Just to confirm, this is who you're going to be up against, or potentially up against on Saturday, because this is how everything breaks down. I bet you're glad when you look at those groups and you look at the players that are going to be involved, that you're kind of out the way with it and you can just sit away for a couple of days.
Yeah, it's. I mean, the way, looking at this field, that's a great field right there. I mean, of course, with Connor Scott, Andreas, I played against Garrett Cole before, Max. Max and Mike, their game the last 3 days have risen. So it's going to be very competitive, I think. You know, in my eyes, that's a competitive field, and that is something to work against coming into Saturday.
Yeah, Leonard Gates a couple of years ago wouldn't have recognised a few of them names. And there's a couple of other names to add. The David Evans, who has been really successful here, and Ashley Coleman, which is going to create some interest as well. Job done for Leonard Gates. My advice to Leonard would be run your own race on Saturday night.
Yes.
Focus on what you do best. If you run it, you win it.
Yes, that's it.
That is exactly it. Right, before we let you go, I'm going to show you a graphic which I think you're very much going to enjoy.
Okay.
The league table. Because you are top of it, 24 points compared to Andreas Harrison on 22. Just quickly on Connor Scott, Glenn, do you think he's going to go into tomorrow with plenty of confidence considering the way that he ended the day?
Maybe not plenty of confidence, but when you've had a 4-0 win over Leonard Gates and a 4-0 win over Andreas Harrison, he's got to remember the positives there. I always said if you're driving a car, don't look in the rear mirrors. Keep looking forward. That's what Connor Scott needs to do. He's a top player, Connor Scott, and could comfortably come out Saturday night, all guns firing. He's an incredible player. Focus on what you do best, Connor.
And the great news for you, Leonard, is no matter what, we're going to see you on Saturday night. And we're looking forward to watching you on Saturday. Glenn, thank you for your company over the last couple of days. Well, Leonard Gates is the emphatic winner as far as Group A is concerned. The soldier will be darting with delight when it comes to Saturday night here at the Super Series. And, well, tomorrow's daytime session is going to be focused on the Prince of Darkness. He awaits. See you at 10.